Oxford Union Talk, Drum and Cattle, all that stuff. Do we have a blast off meme, chatters? Do we have a good blast off meme or not? Because if not, I'm just gonna post Spurs memes. And yes, I know Tony Brothers' fun fact is he wants to visit Israel. I don't know what the hell is going on. All right, you know what? I'm blasting off already. All right, too late. Knicks winning, but at what cause? I mean, look, I'm on some fucking serious copium. Okay, I'm on some serious copium. You guys know I'm a dick rider of Wembanyama, and it's been underwhelming to say the least. Can I say that it's been underwhelming? I think I can. Right? I mean, he's the Maoist goat, and I don't know what it is. The New York Knicks is putting belt to ass. Okay, belt to ass. Maybe it's because he's 22. Is that what it is? Like, but it's just, I don't know how they do it every time. Like you watch them play. Sure, Cat's powerful, right? But like you watch the Knicks play and you're like this, the Spurs is supposed to be like a better team. It's supposed to be a better team. And somehow they fucking pull it off. I don't know what it is. They just like wear the Spurs down every time. They get in their heads. And it's not like they're doing like cheeky shit either. You know what I mean? They're not doing like they're not doing something that you know normal watchers would get frustrated with if they were like constantly fucking fouling aggressively or anything like that. They just somehow pull it off. I don't know how. Twice now, game starts, there's a comfortable lead for the Spurs, and then somewhere along the line, either in the third quarter or in the second quarter this time around, they just flip the script. And from that point on, it's like virtually impossible for the Spurs to recover from it. And I don't know how. But here, for me, look, for me, the silver lining of this is like Mamdani's New York, Mamdanistan brings home the chip for the Knicks. That's luxury communism, dude. That's gay space luxury communism in every township, in every city. Like there's no other, like this will boost democratic socialism in the United States of America. Like there is no, it's a guarantee, right? Like people are going to be like, nope, that happened there. We have to have a Muslim socialist. We're going to be like, you're going to watch Hicks and Alabama fight one another to try to get their socialist Muslim politician elected in the office so that, you know, Alabama can win. Like anyone that wants a chip, anyone that wants to win needs to have a socialist Muslim mayor. That's just it. Socialist Sharia for all. I should be more excited, but who knows? Yeah, my mayor Muslim, my bagel's Jewish, my Christian Dior, Knicks in 4 is what people are saying. Technically, 310 Spurs players are still rookies. They're a young team ahead of their schedule. Wemby threw the ball twice. Sad alien. You a bandwagoner. Analyze basketball has on. I mean, I'm shameless. I'm a shameless bandwagoner. Yes. I just really like Wemby. I like players. I don't really, it's just city vibes. City vibes are hard to explain right now. There's a guy smoking a cigar, holding a broom, and everyone is shaking his hand as if he's an essential worker during the pandemic. What's the purpose of making this up with AI picture as proof? Your AI detector sucks. We smiled and waved at each other this morning at Fort Washington Park. Look at our mayor, dog. It just sucks because he just implemented the PETA terror tax. And it's like, I'm about to fucking, at this point, I'm about to buy a second home in New York City. We should maybe dial back that second home tax. You know what I'm saying? Like, we should just dial it back. This socialism shit is too much. It's too much. You know what I mean? I'm just kidding. I'm not going to buy a second home in New York City. Okay, that's a joke. That's a joke. I know his still hurt from that Arsenal loss. His ass still hurt from that Arsenal loss. He can't hide behind the Knicks. True. Left his Twitter in shambles over Wemby's real revolutionary icon. Oh my God, Wemby is a communist. Yeah, Gorbachev. No, he's a Maoist. He's Mao Zedong. No. Oh no, they're cooking him. When they're slandering your goat, but they're sadly right. Oh no. Watching Wemby blow a golden chance at victory by bouncing the ball off his teammate's back was the first time I've ever taken seriously the possibility that he's genuinely a leftist. Oh, they're not only slandering him, but they're slandering all of us, bro. They're slandering the entire left. It's ridiculous, bro. It is ridiculous. What is this? What the fuck is this? What is happening? The energy, the vibes, the aura in New York is off the charts.
You're not going to believe this. So we just got a phone call from the mayor saying because of the Knicks winning, we can keep going until 12:30 instead of 12. So this is fucking amazing. Holy shit.
Wemby's Mao Zedong from that late era when he used to do nothing but smoke cigs, swim, and be at meetings half asleep with his mouth open. He's deeply washed. Stop. No, dude. No, we're talking peak, dude. Oh, my Lord. Stop it. He's 22. He's 22. No, you know what it is? This is when Mao was like a little bit of an anarchist. This is like, you know what it is? Is 22. So he's actually Mao Zedong, not as an old Mao Zedong. He's actually too young. He's like, oh, this anarchism stuff seems pretty good. That's the era he's in. He hasn't done the work yet. He's only realizing the importance of the peasant movement. Okay. That's where he's at in his life. Okay. No great march yet. No. He hasn't mobilized the masses yet. You don't understand. He's 22. He's 22. He's making mistakes. It's all right. It's all right. We can't let these fucking revisionist democratic socialists win. We can't. What is happening? What is happening? Reform or revolution? You got Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, Wemba Yao Mao getting defeated by a team that's half social democrat, half democratic socialist. He's in his Castro being arrested for the first time era. He will get him next time, champ. Okay, we're talking like he lost. There's still more games. There's still at least 2 more games, which I will be at. Okay? Yeah, he's only at his second dumpling. What is this?
Brown was saying that you get your calm demeanor from listening to country music because you were getting fouled earlier in the game. You play with a certain demeanor. Can you give us a little bit of background on that?
Yeah, I love my country music. That's all I listen to. I mean, dealing with these guys, they all, they don't listen to it. So that's why, got my headphones now. So maybe if they listen to it too, they'll understand. But they silly.
No Maoists in San Antonio, only Galindo heads. Don't you know Maureen Galindo is the true expression of Maoism in America? MAGA Mitch is a known thing. Is Nixon for Unc? Get on board now. You owe us. It's hard, man. It's hard for me not to root for the underdog. I cannot believe the Knicks are not the underdog right now. It is crazy. What is it? 13 games in a row now? What the fuck is happening? 13 in a row? Has that happened? 14 games in a row. That is insanity. And they just keep pulling it off. Yes, they are the underdogs. But I'm just saying, like, they are. Yes. On paper, Knicks are the underdogs. Certainly. It's true. It's true. But it doesn't make any sense. Okay? I will just say it. I don't know. I don't understand Brunson. Okay? I don't understand it. I don't understand how he makes it every time. I don't understand how you can be 6'2" and just push off some of the biggest dudes in the goddamn league. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense. He looks like on paper, or not on paper, but like visually speaking, if you had never seen this man play basketball before and you looked at him at a lineup, you'd be like, this is a guy playing with NBA superstars, really? And he's the actual superstar. How is it possible? You look blitzed out of your mind right now? Blitzed? If Spurs win game 3, New York is going to blame Trump and you. They won't blame me. They'll blame Trump. That would be the crazy story, though. Imagine stopping the 14-game victory streak. W streak that the Knicks are on because Donald Trump came in and fucked with the vibes. Oh my God, dude. I mean, there's no way, I'm going to be honest with you, there's just no way that this is bad for our movement in general. Because guess what? Guess what? If the Knicks sweep or they win, right, across the board, but if they sweep, it's ridiculous. It's over. Every other township in the country, no matter what their favorite team is, if it's NFL, that's fine. If it's NHL, it's fine. If it's like college football, even better. They're going to be looking for a socialist Muslim. They're going to be looking for their own Muslim socialist. They're going to be like, I don't care. Give me a Muslim man socialist. Give me a Shia 12er to come and run this goddamn town so we can run this goddamn team. Okay? War Eagle, brother. War fucking Eagle, brother. That's right. Inshallah, War Eagle, we will win. You have nothing to lose but your goddamn chains, brother. Workers of the world unite, inshallah, under the banner of socialist Sharia. Say wallahi, bro. Say wallahi. As Auburn, not Bama, I know. Yeah. Roll, inshallah, the damn tide. So that's it. That's if the Knicks win. If the Spurs change the dynamic after game 3, Donald Trump is over. Donald Trump is over. If the Spurs flip it around, game 3, I don't even know if Donald Trump makes it out of Madison Square Garden. I don't even know what he's thinking going to Madison Square Garden to begin with. Okay, it's done. He's banned from MSG. Adam Silver and everybody else is talking about like, oh, it's wonderful the president's coming to visit. Okay? It's wonderful the president's coming to visit. It's like, nope. New York already doesn't fuck with Donald Trump. It'll get to a new level of hatred in New York. In any case, no matter what happens, we all win. Okay? No matter what happens, I'm saying it, socialism wins. Okay? Here's Will Neff last night.
Yeah! Suck my dick! Suck my dick! Suck my dick! Oh, fuck!
Submitted your name for you to be an
You're gonna
influencer for
make
my
me
company's
fucking...
marketing.
Oh, fuck! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You would... Oh, this is game 1. Never mind. This isn't game 2. Jesus Christ, dude.
Watch me projectile come on camera. You would watch it just grip my body and I would go, here it comes.
He's doing ahegao. He's such a nasty little slut. You know that? He is such a nasty little slut. It's crazy. Is this your man's? I don't know this guy. I don't know who the fuck this guy is, okay? It's crazy because we're going to go watch in Madison Square Garden. I'm so stoked. I'm so fucking stoked. All right. Anyway, I blasted off already. That's all I got. Honestly, what else can I fucking say? I mean, New York has everything, dude. It's messed up. They got everything. They got everything. Oh, God. They really do. They really do. They got everything. They got everything. They really do. New York, New York. They got everything. You're going to be in the same building as Trump? Yeah. Possibly. Probably. Hopefully they don't ban you. I can't watch his streams because he keeps moaning and I have speakers only and I can't have my grandma hearing that shit. Why? You worry she's gonna have a sexual reawakening at the age of 80? Is that what it is? What is this? Living in New York City in 2026? You're gonna ask Trump about your blurb at the White House? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. Okay. All right, we're blasting off, folks. Yes, I'm on the White House. They put, not me, but somebody else on that White House page. Hassan Piker with 2 S's. I don't know who that guy is. Don't know him. Not me. That ain't me, folks. Click my username. Here you go, Pookie. Oh, thank you. All right, let's get started here. And then we'll talk about Ethan's lawsuit. And then we'll do Patrick Bet David. What? You know what? Okay. What? I don't see anything. Hayır gelmedi. Hayır.
In San Antonio, the Knicks squeaking out a win in the final seconds of Game 2 in the NBA Finals.
13 straight victories.
The crowd growing wild outside MSG, thousands of miles away, acting like they're courtside. Early on, it was the superstar struggle show.
He's just so out of rhythm right now.
Wembanyama, arguably the most gifted player on the planet, having a quiet first half, only scoring 7 points. The alien looking very human. And Jalen Brunson couldn't find his footing either. 7 for 24 on the night. That's why you have teammates.
And slams it home.
Karl Anthony Towns putting the Knicks on his back. 21 points, 13 rebounds, and every big moment in the first half, Cat was right in the middle of it. And then there was Mikal Bridges.
Bridges red hot.
20 points, 8 of 13 from the field, 4 three-pointers, including a huge third quarter that gave the Knicks breathing room. By the time the fourth quarter started, the Knicks sat on a 14-point lead.
Largest lead of the game for the Knicks.
With San Antonio.
No! Wembanyama! No! It's Wembanyama!
Antonio taking the lead with under a minute remaining, their eyes locked on a Game 2 win. Then, momentum changing on a dime.
Stolen by Brunson and knocked down by Wemby.
This Wemby turnover and foul, putting Jalen Brunson at the line to take a 1-point lead. Still, the Spurs and Victor Wembanyama found themselves with the ball, a chance at a win with the final shot.
To Wembanyama, pulls up, jumper.
And it's no good.
The Knicks survive.
He doesn't, dude, 22. The clutch, listen. You can learn the clutch gene, okay? A lot of people think you're born with it. It's not, okay? That's all it is. Don't say mine his aura. He's 22. He's 22 years old. Listen, he's gonna. Oh.
I threw that one away. I messed up. We needed to win that game. This game was ours.
Square Garden and across the Big Apple, fans erupting. Even Spike Lee making an appearance. Karl Anthony Towns, who lost his mother to COVID in 2020, reflecting on the final moments.
As you go through life, if you lose a parent, anyone's listening, you just...
He's so fucking dope, dude, actually.
Look for signs, and I'll take any sign I could get, and I prayed to her strong before that possession.
Gotta love that. Now the Knicks are just 2 wins away from their first NBA championship since 1973, and the series now comes home to New York, baby. Let's go.
It's just annoying. It's annoying because they got everything, bro. Why does New York get everything? Why? They can't have it all. That's gluttony, bro. That is avarice, gluttonous. This is unbearable to watch from the outside. Okay, I'm starting to fucking become a hater a little bit. I love New York. I love the people. All my friends live there. Okay, but god damn, dude, it's a little crazy, bro. We don't even have public transit in this motherfucking city, bro. We don't even have motherfucking public transit, bro. Why?
Ian said last night it's like they're on a magic carpet ride, and I think that seems like the perfect way to sum this up.
13 wins in a row in the playoffs.
More games to go, though.
More games to go.
Yeah, you got it.
They haven't won it all yet. Thank you so much, Ike.
You got it.
That attack on...
Anyway, all right, we're gonna get into. Oh, this was funny. I saw these nightclub music last night in Shanghai. China went crazy. China knows ball, everybody. Yeah. Adam, mogging you again. I know who you are, Adam. Duh. Of course, I'll do your show. I love your show, but I definitely won't be able to top the Chet episode. Hunter Biden, I'm a talk show host in New York City. I'd love to hear your story. Thanks, bro. I messaged you. They have it all. I'm done, man. I'm done. They got it all. Adam Friedland has Hunter Biden on his show. I got nothing. I'm fucking washed. I'm chopped, dude. I'm fucking chopped. I'm chopped huzz. I'm chuzz. I'm unk. I'm washed. LA is fucking washed. Dude, New York has Zoran Mamdani. New York has the New York City DSA slate. Okay. New York has the Knicks. What does LA have? We're sitting around waiting for our fucking unbelievably slow vote tabulation process to kick in, making the rest of the goddamn country's Republicans more schizophrenic than ever before. They all believe the election is being stolen currently, by the way. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing in LA. No aura, no Riz, chopped huzz. New York's got childcare, MTA system. We're out here at California, waiting for the fucking votes to be counted. Maybe in a month or two, we'll find out who actually won. Yeah, we got Spencer fucking Pratt, dude. Even New York's chuds are awesome. Ours is Spencer Pratt. Your Republican on the mayoral ticket is better than half of our fucking Democratic Party politicians. You got Curtis Lewa. It is unbearable. Oh, our politics is worse than our Spectrum Wi-Fi. Oh my God, don't even get me started on the internet. All right. Oh, here's another thing. You know what New York doesn't have? Crime. Crime statistics of New York City for 2026 year over year. Robbery, 3,994 incidents, down 10.4%. Felony assault, 9,034, down 3%. Burglary, 3,414, down 20%. Grand larceny, down 3.8%. Grand larceny auto, down 8.3%. Total major crimes, down 7.1%. Major crime in New York City dropped 9.5% by early 2026, with murders hitting historic lows. During the first 4 months of 2026, the city recorded 76 homicides, beating the previous 4-month record low of 86 set in 2018. As a pro-crime voter, this worries me. Bro, shit's working so good in New York, people stopped murdering each other. How is that possible? I'm done with this socialism shit. It turns out it breeds envy, okay? My whole life's mission, I'm casting it aside. I'm casting it aside, folks. It's done. I'm done. I'm over it. Turns out socialism in one city only, it creates resentment. It breeds enmity. I was wrong. This was my here's why I left the left moment, folks. What is this? These guys must be so pissed. Oh, the Lee Zeldin heads. Yeah, you know who's really suffering with these historically low crime numbers? These guys.
crime, 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 crime.
Who could forget, dude? The resilient message of the Lee Zeldin for governor heads that would just go run around and point the finger and go crime. Can't figure out if they're pro or against. Like, are they pro crime? Are they anti crime? No message whatsoever. Just yelling into the fucking wind. Crime, crime, crime. If you left the left, you would be unbearable, dude. I would be the most lethal weapon. I would be the most lethal weapon of the right. The reactionary forces had never seen something like this. Anyway, yeah, I'd be the Joe Rogan of the left and then the Joe Rogan of the right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because I can read. I'm literate, and also I can hold a conversation and be entertaining, which is, again, something that the right doesn't have currently. The CIA had a right do one good example, and now everybody mad. It's true. In any case, does anyone have some updates on the Denims saga? Because I believe Denims did a show earlier today, a broadcast earlier today, and yes, Austin Show is trying to get Hunter Biden on the broadcast. I know you like number. Just went over the lawsuit, I believe, and watched Baki. If you went right wing, the Democrats would be trying to court you even harder than before. She read through the tentative judgment, but there was nothing new. Okay, that's it. All right, so there's no real updates on it then. I guess we're just waiting for the judge that already releases tentative judgment after hearing from. Oh, this is sweet, by the way. Lena and Aber together with Zohran Kwame Mamdani. I believe they were also potentially, I think it was maybe a fundraiser too. This is sick. All my goats and then Zoran. All my goats in one room and Zoran. She was creeped out by you saying people should kiss her feet. Oh God, are there denim simps in here? Is that a real thing where people are like, excuse me, I think you should use your language a little bit more appropriate. Only I get to say that. You know, that's a joke, right? Like, she's joking. Like, you took that seriously. She fucking made it a soundbite. Yeah, but well, this guy didn't get that. This guy is here. He's here to defend. He's here to defend Denims' honor. Congratulations, Chatter. The Fedayeen. Tober Durden on Fear and When. Dude left. He came in, he made his impact, and he fucked off, dude. Respect. Respect to that guy. What is this? Care to comment?
I have proposed that I get Hassan's login. And so far, I have been denied.
Best podcast idea. Caroline and Hassan host. Caroline uses Hassan's phone and connections to get celebrity guests and interview them. Hassan doesn't need to be present. The concept of March wanting to do even more work with Hassan. Anyway, them starting another podcast would be cinema. Oh my God. I know. March really wants me to do a fucking long, like Joe Rogan of the left style podcast.
So yeah, I don't really have more than that to say. Those are all of the big updates.
That's the new sub alert. That's so funny.
So yeah, I don't really have more than that to say. Those are all of the big updates.
Suit meta.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes, we're getting some valuetainment.
Aren't you basically a worse version of a podcaster? I hate that there are motherfuckers in here day in, day out, every single day, okay? Giving me money for 40 plus months. And they are my biggest haters, okay? They are my biggest haters every single damn time. Yes, bro. This is a worse version of a podcast. It's 8 hours long. You want to know why it's the worst version of a podcast? Because you're in here yelling at me, okay? And I find myself unable to stop responding. That's what it is. What is this? This is a good take on the Knicks.
My mayor Muslim, my Bagels Jewish, my Christian Dior, Knicks.
And why do I think this cuts deeper than we're giving it credit for? Because it exemplifies everything New York is and everything that everybody else is scared of. People who hate democratic cities, people who are scared of diversity, who are scared of urban living, who are scared of queer people, Muslim people, brown people, Jews, whatever. As New York gets to celebrate a 13-game win streak, as the Knicks fucking continue to dominate into Game 3, the rest of the world has to watch as the most diverse community in the world shares joy together.
It's true.
The rest of the world and the rest of the country who questions whether progressive leadership, diverse leadership, human-centric leadership, when they question if it really works, they get to watch a city that is built on a foundation of diversity, of immigration, of mixed races, mixed cultures, mixed sexualities.
I do think that there will be
celebrate together.
Straight up, I do think that there will be positive reverberations from the Knicks winning. For positive aspects of this, like for positive for socialism overall, I can see that happening. I do believe it. You can chat GPT it, you can grok it. I'm a numbers guy. I can see it happening.
That's fucking beautiful, dude. I fucking love New York. I love that it's forcing everybody else in the country who questions this kind of living, who's scared of this kind of living, that they have to now see what joy and celebration brought together in the most diverse community in the world looks like. Because
I know you like number. Fox News reporter watching Hassan the Hun talk about cock and ball torture. True. We are running out of original sentences. The Spain national football team has arrived in downtown Chattanooga for the FIFA World Cup. That's a brand new sentence. This is a sentence that I never thought I would hear. This is a sentence that I never thought I would read. It's true. Chattanooga, man. Yeah, I've been paying close attention to the footballers, complaining about the American heat, which has been kind of funny. I thought these guys always talk about how hot it is in their respective European countries. It turns out American heat hits a little different. I got a whole other sentence. Pope Leo acknowledges stiff competition with Bad Bunny in Spain and weighs in on soccer rivalry. What? Bro, what the fuck? What? There is genuinely a disturbance in the force. I feel like we have disrupted something on the timeline. Our delicate timeline has been disrupted. Seriously, this is not a thing that should happen. This is not... Like, the Pope should not acknowledge Bad Bunny. The Pope should not know who Bad Bunny is. Am I wrong for this? The Pope also shouldn't be American in general. I don't know what happened. We are in the weird timeline, man. I know we're trying to make the most of it, but it's pretty crazy. Anyway, speaking of which, let's get to the news. U.S. launches strikes after Iran fires at Bahrain and Kuwait. This happened yesterday while I was being value-tained. I didn't actually cover it, but we're going to get back into it. England's least Islamophobic anchor, Lindsay Hilsum, international editor for Channel 4, reports.
Lebanese army vehicle is causing a lot of anger here. Israel says that the Lebanese army vehicle was driving suspiciously towards an Israeli position. Well, hang on. Israel is occupying Lebanese territory, and surely the Lebanese army has the right to drive around its own territory, specifically because there is supposed to be a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, Hezbollah to one side. So the government here says this is an assault on their sovereignty, and people say this cannot continue. This Israeli occupation of the south is causing a lot of fury here, even with those who oppose Hezbollah.
Trump says he's going to get out of here quickly. What do you make of that?
But he said that today, or was that yesterday? I can't be sure. I mean, whatever President Trump says from one day to the next, I'm not sure what bearing it has on the situation. There's a James Fenton poem that says, listen to what they did, don't listen to what they said. What's written in blood is set up in lead. In other words, watch what's happening. And you have just outlined that. The trading of blows between the US and Iran. We see this ratcheting up. We see each side trying to needle the other. We see more assaults by Israel here. We see Hezbollah still firing over the border into Israel. I think that tells you much more about what's going on than the utterances of Donald Trump.
Lindsay Hilson in Beirut. Well, earlier I spoke to Hossein Kanani Moghadam, who is leader and founder of the Green Party of Iran and a former senior commander of the IRGC. He was one of its founders. I began by asking him his thoughts on the significance of the small exchanges of fire we've seen during this ceasefire in recent days.
This is a normal conflict between Iran and United States and Israel. This is one part of ceasefire. All the time during the war between two countries, I think the just only resolution for solve a problem between Iran and United States, not Israel, just Iran and United States, that's an international solution.
But at the moment, the process seems deadlocked. There's no progress. You're stuck. What do you believe is the way to break the diplomatic deadlock now?
We have some precondition for the continue the negotiation. And
this guy's your uncle? Moghadam is me? That's my name? That's my uncle Lamau? Oh my God. That's crazy.
The diplomatic way. One of that is that the war must be
Tell Unc not to wear fucking slippies, bro. I know he's at home, but that's crazy. Unc is out here wearing slippies on Channel 4, bro. That's crazy. Put some shoes on, Unc. Unc was like, I gotta be cozy on Channel 4. I don't give a fuck. You can't ask an Arab Unc to not wear the slippies, bro. That's true. You probably get hit with the ship. It's okay. Every Iranian is Unc, but that's straight up my Unc. I got it, bro. You don't have to keep doxing yourself. Jesus Christ. You got so excited. Chatter's like, Uncle mentioned. This is my Unc. He treats C4 with the respect it deserves. None. True.
Must be stopped. And second one is that all of my assets belong to Iran. That's the United States blockade must be free and back to Iran. And third precondition is that there is no any negotiation in the first step about the nuclear activities. Maybe after that sign an agreement between Iran and United States, maybe start the negotiation for the nuclear activities. But at this time, this is a red line.
These are very maximum demands. There's no reason to believe America would give in to all of that.
Yes, it's not maximum demand. It is a limited and minimum demand. For example, they have to pay for the damages.
So Iran wants damages?
Yeah.
How much?
I don't know at this time, but we can calculate it. For example, many of the refinery, many of the gas station, many of the properties and infrastructure damaged by the United States.
By the way, these are not maximalist demands at all. A demand for reparations to the party that actually fucking won the war is perfectly appropriate. What are we talking about? Oh, these are maximalist demands. Yeah, it's also, Pentagon sees growing espionage threat from Israel. Bruh. No way, dude. What? The Defense Department has increased the counterintelligence threat assessment to its highest level, and Israel is believed to have eavesdropped on American negotiations with Iran. You don't say. Israel has stepped up its efforts to eavesdrop on senior U.S. officials, including Steve Witkoff, President Trump's top negotiator, Elbridge Colby, the Pentagon's top policy official, and Mike Domino, the Pentagon's top Middle East official, per New York Times, citing new intel reports. A Defense Intelligence Agency report was drafted after incidents in which American defense personnel in Israel detected that software to tap their communications had been surreptitiously installed on their phones. No, you don't say. What? Guys, I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. What? No. No. They would never do that. What do you mean? We better merge those militaries fast. By the way, they're doing this to Steve Witkoff, who's already sympathetic to Israel. They're doing this to administration figures who are already sympathetic to Israel, for the record. And they're doing it so that they're sympathetic appropriately. You know what I mean? Like, oh, God forbid you think out of line. You step out of line in these negotiations processes. Like, these are guys who are already fucking pro-Israel.
State. At this time, I think more than $2 trillion.
If this deadlock goes on, how long can Iran hold out?
You know, according to the defense strategy and doctrine of the Iran, we are ready to continue the war until minimum 10 years. We are ready. We know very well about the United States. They want to attack against Iran directly by the Israel. From on that time, we prepare and many capability and capacity about the economy and like that.
What about oil, though? I mean, you're unable to get Iranian oil through the Strait of Hormuz. How are you able to sell your oil?
When I was the IRGC, I visited all the island and the Strait of the Hormuz. From that time, we prepare many facility for how we can export the oil without Strait of the Hormuz. You know, Alan, we have many pipeline for export the gas and oil, and to other countries, neighborhood. For example, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iraq, Tajikistan, Turkish, and many of the countries. They need the oil, they need the gas, and we can prepare inside the Iran and export it, transfer by the pipeline.
Do you think the people will be prepared to wait a long time?
He's got a CRT monitor. Yeah, respect. Unk, bro. This is Unk. He's got clogs on. He's got the CRT monitor in the background. He's got books. This is Unk City. This is literally peak Unk status.
For peace.
Iranian people, they believe if they staying and paid the cost for that, it's better than the white flag surrender. They know very well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Right now, there are
top Iranian official. Trump and Iran's supreme leader will not meet. So before we get into this, fuck off, Hassan. I live in Iran and I despise your kind. What, Turks? That's a little weird. There's a big chunk of people, my kind, a big chunk of my kind lives inside of your national borders. This is kind of fucked up to say. Very odd. Don't like it. Strange behavior. Straight up, I went to an Iranian restaurant the other day. Dude speaks fluent Turkish. And I was like, what part of Turkey are you from? He's like, I'm from Iran, brother. I was like, what the fuck? This, of course, is a common meta. And you ate Kubiday, don't lie. Of course I ate Kubiday. Immediately took the race part. Good job. I mean, you say your kind. You're being vague. Don't understand what your problem is. Don't understand what you're saying. The fuck did you mean then? What's my kind? My Armenian grandmother lived her entire life in Iran and never learned Farsi, only knew Turkish. Yeah. Iranian and US chuds are the same. Yes, there's a hog universality. Remember, hog singularity. Hog International. This dude is 100% American Iranian, if not in Israel right now. Reveal your IP address, chatter. Yeah, he's not. I mean, we can tell from the way he's posting. He's I am Persian. I hate your kind. I am Iranian and I love your kind. Thank you, Blacksmith Kave. Anyway, where were we? Oh, yeah. It brings me no pleasure to report, but Israel is up to Israel shit once again. Here's the New York Times report on it. Pentagon sees growing espionage threat from Israel. Guys, shocking revelation. I mean, this will shock your conscience. You will be confused. You'll say, what do you mean? Israel, small nation. Is small being Israel? What are you talking about? Israel, greatest ally of the United States. Israel, greatest country on the planet. Israel already has direct access into the Situation Room. Israel already gets to have direct conversations with Donald Trump after every fucking negotiation, every talk that takes place between America and Iran. And yet that's not enough. They want to also have, full-blown 24/7 surveillance. Pentagon is sounding the alarm over the increasing spying threat on American officials from Israel. Meanwhile, Congress is working to give Israel even more access to the U.S. military. Sick. This is good. This means that there's real ruptures, however, between the American side and the Israeli side, because let's be real, if the New York Crimes is reporting on this, that means the Pentagon wants this out there, okay? That means the State Department and the Pentagon are having a little bit of a problem with the amount of unprecedented access and influence Israel might have with the top of the government, okay? So read this as a sign that the voices that are critical of Israel are gaining a little bit more influence, or at least frustrated enough to leak this information to the New York Times to allow this to be reported. Recent U.S. intelligence reports have raised concerns about Israeli spy agencies eavesdropping on American negotiators working on a peace deal with Iran, amid rising concern over a more general counterintelligence threat by Israel. I assume Trump will probably say that's not true. They're not doing it. Or depending on what he says about this, depending on what his statement on this is, we can measure the temperature in the room between the Israeli side and the Trump administration. Because this is a known thing. This has always been the case, right? Israel is always spying on Americans and certainly Americans in power. That's not even remotely surprising. What's surprising is that the New York Times is writing about it. What that means that there's some people inside of the State Department or inside of Pentagon, depending on how they wrote about this, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's intelligence reports, so probably coming from the intelligence community that is leaking information on purpose to the New York Times. So the public knows about it, so that Trump gets questioned about it. This is a way for them to... This means, just like with Dan Cain initially, before the Epstein Fury operation was launched, when Dan Cain couldn't make inroads with Trump directly in those rooms, he went to the media. There's no guarantee that this means Trump will actually... This doesn't mean that Trump is pissed off about this, for the record. It's entirely dependent on how Trump reacts to this that I will make an assessment on where the relationship is. Israel and the United States have long known and tolerated that each was spying on each other. But an intensified Israeli effort to learn about the U.S. positions and talks with Iran has crossed the line, according to some American officials. The reports include concerns that Israel has stepped up its efforts to eavesdropping on senior American officials, including Steve Witkoff, President Trump's top negotiator, Elbert J. Colby, the Pentagon's top policy official, and one of his main deputies, Michael P. Domino. Another report written by the Defense Intelligence Agency and other military intelligence offices and focused on earlier events going back several years said that the counterintelligence threat level posed by Israel had been increased in recent weeks to the top level from high to critical. The report, to which the Defense Counterintelligence Security Agency contributed, outlines various efforts by Israel to spy on American military personnel and government officials. By the way, what's really unsurprising for many of you, I hope, is the fact that it was already at the top level, or not the highest level, but it was already at high. Now it's at critical. It probably was critical always, but maybe they were getting the Israel grade, and they were reducing the critical nature of the Israeli espionage. But the very fact that it was already high, and yet American politicians were behaving like Israel is the most important ally that we have, should tell you something. The reports and the intensified concern about Israeli spying come at an especially sensitive time. Israel and the U.S. have been fighting the war against Iran together and have never had such close military coordination as they do now, with the Israeli military officers working side by side with their American counterparts at U.S. Central Command. The U.S. military is sharing huge amounts of tactical and operational information with its Israeli counterparts. But senior American officials said that Israel is looking for insights into Mr. Trump's strategy and shifting stances on the peace talks. The new warning could potentially complicate efforts to further integrate military war planning between U.S. Central Command and Israel, especially if the Pentagon makes a decision to place new restrictions on information shared with Israeli officers. There has already been tension between the two nations as Mr. Trump pursues a peace deal, even as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the real president of the United States of America and the leader of Israel, seeks to further degrade Iran's capabilities, weaken or topple its theocratic government, and assault Tehran's proxy in Lebanon, Hezbollah. The Defense Intelligence Agency report was drafted after incidents in which American defense personnel in Israel detected that software to tap their communications had been surreptitiously installed in their phones. Wow. The existence of Defense Intelligence Agency report and the increased threat level were reported earlier by NBC News. The Defense Department declined to comment. A White House official speaking on the condition their name not be used said the account was false. You don't say. Interesting. A spokesperson for the Israeli embassy in Washington also disputed claims that Israel poses a counterintelligence threat, saying that Israel does not spy on American officials or entities. The developments were described by several current and former U.S. officials speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive intelligence matters. They said that in some respects, the counterintelligence warning is no surprise. Israel has long engaged in aggressive intelligence collection operations against both its enemies and allies, as does the United States. Still, Israel's counterintelligence threat level is now higher than any other ally and higher than some adversarial countries. Of American allies, only South Korea, which is rated at high in certain situations, approaches the concern with Israel's espionage efforts, the officials said. The aggressiveness of the Israeli intelligence collection on top U.S. officials during the second Trump administration has been unhinged, one senior official said. Two senior U.S. Okay, so it's Pentagon and the State Department, by the way. That's crazy. So this leak is coming from Pentagon, from the Pentagon, the Department of War, Department of Defense, whatever you want to fucking call it, and also the State Department and the intelligence community. This is quite literally the entire American defense apparatus screaming, both internally and now also externally, about the way that things are going. And the only reason why this is happening, I suspect, is because Trump is just not listening to the warnings. He's just not listening at all. Because this information is a well-known secret, okay? It's not a secret at all. What? Oh, come on, dude. John Kiriakou? Stop. Stop. You guys are so fucking stupid, okay? Oh my God. John Kiriakou, former USA CIA agent, said that Israel has always brought gifts filled with listening devices, is known for bugging conferences. Yes, I know. He also said the United States of America doesn't spy on Israel, okay? Yeah, he went on Theo Von and said America doesn't spy on Israel. That's bullshit. That is ridiculous, okay? Is he still ducking you? Yeah, he is. I don't know why. Two senior U.S. military officials said that American personnel, particularly those serving in Israel or with Israeli counterparts, were well aware of the counterintelligence risk before the new report. The officials, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss internal assessments, said the U.S. personnel employ a range of security procedures and protocols to help counter the threat and to protect their cell phones and other electronic devices, especially while traveling in Israel, but declined to describe those measures in detail for security reasons. Cooperation between the two militaries is very close, but each side also needs to keep its most sensitive information secret. At the U.S.-led Civil Military Coordination Center in Kiryat Gat, Israel, for instance, American and Israeli military and diplomatic personnel work side by side to enforce the Gaza ceasefire and to facilitate humanitarian efforts. But the building also has a U.S.-only floor and an Israel-only floor where personnel from each country can discuss the most sensitive topics. Sure. Yeah, the U.S.-only floor is definitely not bugged into oblivion, and so is the Israel-only floor. I believe that as much as I believe that they're enforcing a ceasefire. Well, I guess they're not trying that hard. The report says counterintelligence incidents began increasing in late 2024 as the Biden admin pressed Israel to curb its attacks on Gaza and continued in 2025 as the Trump administration weighed options to attack Iran. The report, which incorporated contributions from a number of military intelligence agencies, also details several episodes in recent years. In 2021, the Israeli military intelligence officers were caught planting listening devices at DIA headquarters. Last year, officers from Shin Bet, Israel's domestic intelligence agency, were discovered to have tried to plant a listening device in a Secret Service vehicle. While the DIA document does not explicitly... While the DIA document does not explicitly discuss the peace negotiations, other recent intelligence reports have raised concern about Israelis listening to Mr. Witkoff and other top negotiators as they try to reach a long-term agreement for a peace deal between the U.S. and Iran. The tendency of some senior Trump administration officials to fly on private aircraft, to conduct national security business on their personal phones, and to reject staffing from U.S. embassies abroad made them especially vulnerable targets for the spy services of allies and adversaries alike, said a former U.S. official. The other current officials also acknowledged the use of personal cell phones by top American officials and made them easy targets for eavesdropping. The U.S. and Israel were large. It is not entirely clear why Mr. Colby, who was in charge of Pentagon policy, would be a target. It's not. Which we're talking shit. Take 30 minutes off. Why would you ever fucking send that to me? But he is one of the most prominent proponents inside the U.S. government of a restrained foreign policy. Mr. Domino is in charge of Pentagon policy for Middle East, making him a person of natural interest to Israel. Why the fuck are you reading New York Times articles when it's clear from a while, Graham Plattner articles, that this paper is completely biased? What do you mean? I read Fox News articles as well. It's important to fucking get insight into what is allowed in the paper of record, allowed to be reported. It's an American newspaper. It might be Zionist, but it's still an American newspaper. And this kind of article gives us fresh insight into where the State Department is, where the Pentagon is, as far as their relationship with Israel.
Are negotiations going on? What compromises is Iran willing to make? Is Iran willing to compromise on nuclear enrichment? Is Iran willing to compromise on the highly enriched uranium? This stage of negotiation, though, is taking a long time. The Trump administration says that Iran is going very slow to reach a memorandum of understanding. Is Iran deliberately making this process slow?
The Plattner article convinced you that it's biased? Fuck you, chatter. Socialist supports imperialist war criminal American chauvinism is truly unbeaten. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. The New York Times is actually not operating at the behest of Zionist influence when it's disparaging Graham Plattner. They're doing it because they're anti-imperialist and they hate Graham Plattner's Western chauvinism. You're right. Like, Zay Squirrel had a really long back and forth with one of the guys that's constantly chirping in the chat, and I thought it was really interesting, because this has been a turning point for a lot of people who have much smoke for Graham Plattner, because they realize that it's obvious this is happening because of his anti-Israel position. It doesn't matter what his other it doesn't matter what his perspective is at all beyond this. It doesn't matter that he's a war criminal who volunteered to be a Blackwater mercenary, all this stuff. It's like very clear that the New York Times is taking on the Graham Plattner initiative aggressively because they don't want another possible anti-Israel vote, right? But this is a fairly decent back and forth that I think offers much insight into the mindset of a lot of people and how, when exhausted to its final conclusions, it shows you that it's like pure reactionary. People on the left that are behaving in like weird conspiratorial manner without thinking critically about it. Zay Squirrel says, I don't like Plattner as the unrepentant war criminal who volunteered to be a Blackwater mercenary, but that New York Times piece is the most transparent Israel lobby Zionist smear piece bullshit. Every part of it, from the fake victim to the authors, is fabricated by rabid Zionist freaks. Ridiculous, almost cartoonish that you don't see that this is how controlled opposition is elevated. Controlled opposition is elevated by Zionists in the New York Times publishing a bullshit fake sexual abuse smear piece? What the fuck are you talking about? Do you seriously think Plattner is anything but? Question mark. And then, do you think that the Zionists at the New York Times would know whether he is or not? Are you 15 years old? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you probably don't know yourself. Just say you don't like him because he's a war criminal and likely a liar who will be another Fetterman. That's a good argument to oppose him. But this notion that the New York Times fabricated a sexual violence hoax about him because they're actually doing an epic four-dimensional chess move to elevate him is fucking deranged. Of course the New York Times and Zionist media and political class prefer Collins to win over him. Why wouldn't they? Do you think Collins is some epic anti-Zionist hero or something? It's totally incoherent. It's like saying that the New York Times fabricated the genocidal atrocity propaganda rape hoax about Hamas because they actually want to elevate them as epic resistance heroes. What the fuck does that even mean? I refer to him as obvious controlled opposition, and you refer to him as a war criminal and likely liar who will be another Fetterman. Same shit, different words. You're effectively arguing that the New York Times are being honest in attacking him. Idiotic. Do you think they really want to take him down? Really? What threat is a mass murdering psychopath with a Nazi tattoo going to be to American capital interests? I'm trying to comprehend what your argument is. Do you actually think that these articles saying he's a sexual abuser makes it more likely that he wins or less? Is that the argument? How the fuck does that work? Who knows in this climate whether it makes it makes it less likely he wins or loses? People are seriously entrenched in ways we haven't seen in generations. So your argument is that the New York Times and mainstream legacy media writing articles about you being a violent sexual abuser is actually positive PR, so they're doing it to help candidates they secretly love? That's awesome. No, that's not what I said, and it's not my argument. You've avoided my question again. I did enjoy your account for a very long time now. All good things come to an end. Thumbs up. No, I do not believe that the New York Times is trying to help him as a part of some million-dimensional chess move by calling him a violent sexual abuser in a smear piece sourced solely to a deranged Zionist lunatic written by two Zionist lunatics. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I possess object permanence and other faculties allowing basic logical and coherent thought. That's not what I asked. And whilst I don't doubt your intelligence, you know as well as I do that you have blind spots that you have had to reckon with. Like all of us, the enemy may be stupid in some regards, but they're not stupid when it comes to manufacturing dissidents. If the New York Times wanted to help him, they would not do a bizarre million-dimensional chess move calling him a violent Nazi rapist because you think this is actually positive PR. They would endorse him and launder him as an epic populist hero so that he could actually have a higher chance of winning the general election. The reason why I read this is because there's always a guy out there that's like way, way, way more invested in the parapolitics of it all that just has no understanding. Okay? That just that has no like decipherable worldview at all. There's always a guy out there. Okay? In many instances, Squirrel is that guy for me. We're ostensibly on similar sides on the issue of Israel and the malign influence that the pro-Israel lobby has over numerous aspects of American existence, and we diverge on how to fight, right? We diverge on how to fight against that. And sometimes that divergence is so severe that Squirrel, Professor Mohammed Marandi, will come after me with the same intensity that they come after straight up Hasbara operatives, right? Now, Now, having said that, there's always people out there that are even more ridiculous, okay? I've said this already. Over and over again, repeatedly. Obviously, a lot of the pro-Israel forces in this country do take Graham Plattner's word on Israel as sincere. Okay? That's it. I have not seen the timeline, the pro-Palestine timeline, unite on the Graham Plattner issue like this ever before. Most of the ultras, with the exception of Bad Empanada and his like weirdo cult that behave like Radlibs from 2016 at this point, that align 100% with the likes of Neera Tanden at this point, by the way. With the exception of guys like that, most people realize exactly what's going on and have even changed their perspective a little bit on whether or not they think that Graham Plattner is sincere with his anti-Israel sentiment, because they have recognized that Israel and the pro-Israeli lobby and all of its little Hasbara operatives do take that shit seriously. They see Graham Plattner as a reliable vote against Israel in the Senate, and they don't want it. Okay? They don't want it. They're obviously worried. So regardless of Graham Plattner's shortcomings, his setbacks, his inconsistencies, right now he's a reliable vote against Israel, and at least the Israeli lobby sees it as such. I wanted to dunk on Kaepernick. Yeah, he's wrong on this too. I like Kaepernick. Okay, I like him a lot. We disagree on this. Over the last 3 days, Democratic and Republican operatives created the narrative that Graham Plattner sexually assaulted someone. When the story came out, there was no sexual assault allegation. It was mostly a conservative activist saying he was a bad boyfriend. But even she says there was no domestic abuse. And he said, yeah, they are trying to ruin Plattner because he criticized Israel, not that the biggest Israel supporter, who just led a genocide celebration in American politics, just endorsed him a few days ago. To which I responded with, okay, they're definitely coming after him because of Israel. Come on, you don't have to defend his track record to see that. The standard of scrutiny is never applied to centrist candidates who pledge fealty to Israel. It's not even just about him. It's a message for everyone else. Like, it's pretty wild to look at what's going on right now and go, no, this is normal. Hassan, people are defending Plattner like they defend you. What do you mean? Plattner doesn't have inconsistencies. Plattner is ideologically... No, we're talking about his background, man. We're talking about his background. I'm not talking about his inconsistencies now. I say, I have been fairly clear on this. The things... But when Bad Empanada says this same thing, you say he's crazy. Bad Empanada doesn't just say this, okay? Plus, I mean, I disagree with Kaepernick, but he's not as insane as Bad Empanada is. It's that simple. That's it. Bad Empanada has been posting almost singularly about Graham Plattner for like, I guess, the last couple of months. And he has openly admitted that he takes credit and ownership. The amount of hubris from this guy, the narcissism from this guy is alarming. Okay? He is literally taking credit for American, like the American left turning on Graham Plattner, like he did that on his own. Okay? And they were also the other day, amidst the back and forth debate on whether or not it's appropriate to use the term Zog slave, okay, and harassing content creators. They were also fucking talking about how wonderful it is that they got FD Signifier to do a critical piece on Graham Plattner. If that's your peak activism, if the peak of your praxis is getting a fucking YouTube commentary person to write a critical article about an American Senate candidate, you're not doing anything. You have already recognized that you're just circle jerking into the fucking wind. You've already recognized your powerlessness. Okay? Bullying YouTubers is not fucking praxis, dumbass. Whether that's legitimate or not, whether it was actually your impact and your community's impact or not, you should probably prioritize better targets. I'm not even saying that that is the reason why FD wrote an anti-Graham Plattner article. FD has been critical of Graham Plattner. So has Sean the Black has also been critical. As a matter of fact, a lot of black leftists have been critical of Graham Plattner from the jump, a lot more than myself. It's something that I actually respect and have paid attention to. Okay? It's not new. The notion that these guys are taking credit for it now is very silly. But even if that was true, like, do you understand what I'm trying to say here? Even if it was literally like Bad Empanada and his community that finally got FD Signifier to write an article that was critical of Graham Plattner, that's the peak of your activism. That's the peak of your goals. You've achieved something. You feel like you've achieved something there. You got a YouTuber to make a YouTube video. Wow. Brilliant. You've done it. You've done it. You only do this because you recognize your powerlessness. It's not dissimilar to like 2016 era peak woke radlib activism. It's literally identical. You're basically a fucking Minecraft stan at this point from 2020 saying, oh, Tommy Innit wasn't sufficiently woke in this conversation that he had with another Minecrafter, and I'm writing a fucking 30K a Twitter thread about it, and we're going to get Tommy Innit to actually apologize. And then when he does end up apologizing, you're like, we did it. We did it, Twitter. We held our content creator accountable. Is that politics? You've done nothing. You've literally done nothing. And you recognize your powerlessness when you actually take ownership over actions like that. It's literally nothing. I think that if in response to what have you accomplished, the first thing that comes to mind is internet beef, you have to have better priorities, 100%.
If you don't rock the boat, you get way more fucking views. Noah Samson does not criticize people on the left, even though I know for a fact he thinks way less of way many of them than he will ever say. It's because he does not want to compromise his audience. Sorry, Noah, you know it's true.
No, I don't think so. I disagree.
I think it is.
Well, the reason I don't do that is
I know
because
that you agree with me on tons of things that you will never say publicly. You will never make content. It's fine.
Listen, no.
Like, I didn't wade into this drama and shit because I think it's like the most unserious, the most unproductive, dumbass bullshit of all time. Okay? It's not even the racism conversation or it's just like you have to pull yourself out of the content that you're consuming for a brief moment if you're watching shit like this and think to yourself, like, what does this accomplish? Like, is this actual politics? Am I watching actual politics right now? Am I learning anything right now? Is this in any way, shape, or form productive? Or is this the exact same dog shit that we rail on Hutch for, that we rail on Sexpestany for? Okay? Why do we rail on these fucking neoliberal losers? Not just because of their ideological predisposition, the fact that they're rudderless, the fact that they're reactionary. We also rail on them because all they care about is fucking drama, because they don't have any interest in moving the needle in a significant way. They have no interest in like actually offering coverage and analysis. Bad Empanada used to, at a certain point in his life, genuinely do that. He used to offer analysis. Maybe he still does. But somewhere along the line, he literally just flipped the switch and became this insane person. He was always insane. I've, always said that, obviously. But like, in spite of his insanity, in spite of his fucking insanity, when you watched his like comprehensive breakdowns and his YouTube videos, there was obviously like a lot of information there. There was some utility to what he was doing. There was an educational component. And then he started attacking, content creators and whatnot. And I think he really liked what that did to his analytics. And he realized, like, all this is drama. Drama is the best possible way to make money, I guess. I don't know. And ultimately, it's irrelevant. It's insignificant. Okay? It's the reason why I'm even touching this with a fucking 10-foot pole is to show you briefly, like, this kind of stuff is very silly.
Well,
real
actually,
quick. The reason I don't do it is because I don't think the way the platform allows could bring any meaningful change other than big drama, big clash video.
I think it can.
Noah's absolutely right, and I respect him for it. I have my disagreements at times with every single person on this, every single person that's on screen right now. You can keep your disagreements to comradely disagreements. You can keep your disagreements to constructive conversations. Oftentimes held privately is probably a lot better because the moment that you're doing it on camera, it turns into a spectacle. Okay? If that's the only thing you have, if that's the only type of output that you engage in, then all of a sudden you're just nothing but a wrecker. You're just making money off of being a wrecker.
Massively.
What has though? Okay, so for you,
can bring
what has brought positive change in your eyes from what you do from other creators? Like, what can you visibly see as you say you've pushed the needle? How?
Absolutely. You see what's been happening with the first time ever that Hassan Piker is actually facing serious, like, left-wing backlash again.
That's not true, by the way. My entire fucking political commentary career, I have always had ultras and plenty of disagreement with the left. I can't believe he's taking credit over this. And even if that was the case, even if that literally was the case, if this was all because of him, what a delusional statement, by the way. But if this, first of all, the backlash is not even fucking serious. It's irrelevant. It's only serious because sometimes I get so fucking annoyed that I respond to it. And then everyone celebrates it because they go, oh, we got him. We pissed them off. But if the only marker for success that you have under your belt is the fact that you annoyed another left content creator, you're unserious. This is the most pathetic thing to take ownership over.
I'm going to support Zionist electoral strategy. Guess who started that?
Deal with you. That has everything to do with Hassan's behavior in the moment.
How do you
I'm the
know
one
it
who's
was
been
you?
pointing this out. The entire reason why anyone even knows anything about Graham Plattner in this sphere is because of me, for example.
Yeah, bro. Every content creator is a fucking delusional narcissist at the end of the day, myself included, okay? We all have our fucking blind spots, but this is the most delusional. You know what this is the equivalent of? If I was running around being like, I'm the only one who can get anybody elected, okay? If I was running around being like, yeah, guess what, dude? I'm the reason why Kamala Harris actually lost the election because I pointed out her fucking flaws. Can you imagine if I sincerely believed that? I would expect none of you to be a fan of mine from that point on. If I ran around being like, Kamala Harris lost the election because of me, I'm the kingmaker, I'm the only one who actually fucking had the capacity to understand Kamala Harris's flaws, and without me, Kamala Harris would have probably won. I did that. I'm taking ownership over that. Imagine if I fucking ran around saying delusional nonsense like this, or even like I singularly got Mamdani elected. I got Mamdani elected. If I was like genuinely running around saying dumb fuck bullshit like that, ridiculous. Is totally ridiculous.
I was talking about that from the very fucking beginning.
I will
all the shit that people is spreading about that comes from fucking me. Now, I don't care about taking credit. And you say I have a big.
Oh, you don't take about taking credit. You don't care about taking credit for it.
No, this isn't ego.
This is insane levels of ego. Bad Empanada is essentially saying that his biggest contribution to the movement is having gotten more people to hate Hassan Piker. He's really just functionally Destiny at that point because that's his only contribution to the entire planet. Yeah. Like for example, I have yet to hear a convincing argument from anyone that actively talks about the successes of like making sure Susan Collins continues to be the senator in Maine. Like what that contribution will look like. If that is your goal, right? If that's your ultimate goal, like when you accomplish that goal, what will that do? Like what is the success of that initiative? That's the success of that movement, right? At some point, you have to look around and see who your allies are. If you're posting like Neera Tanden, if you're posting like Sarah Longwell, actually even Sarah Longwell's not posting like that anymore. But like if you're posting the exact same shit that like the New York Times is posting, if you're taking the New York Times criticisms of Graham Plattner, the article that the New York Times released about Graham Plattner seriously, okay? At some point, you have to realize like you are serving the interests of Israel. Okay? Yeah, you're going to be agreeing. Another bad empanada head, David Frum. Cut Plattner loose. Just a few years ago, Republicans sacrificed an Alabama Senate seat rather than endure an unacceptable colleague. Will Democrats do the same in Maine? Either you are possibly getting paid to do this because it's so unhinged that I assume like at a certain point, there's got to be a turning point, right? There's got to be a turning point where you find yourself in coalition with some of the biggest dick riders of Israel against this guy. It's understandable to be skeptical of his background. It's understandable to scrutinize his background. It's understandable to say maybe he's going to be like a pro-Israel guy initially, right? Where'd this guy come from? He's an oyster farmer, he says. He's an oyster fisherman, he says. 4 tours in Iraq. And then a Blackwater stint. That freaks me out, right? Those are massive red flags, okay? Those are massive red flags. That's fine. But at some point, you have to realize that you're aligned with some of the biggest Israel dick riders. You have to ask yourself how that happened. How did that happen? How are you in line with the biggest defenders of Israel? How did that happen? And at that point, just like Zay Squirrel did, you have to make another consideration. You have to think whether you believe Graham Plattner or not. It's very clear that Israel believes Graham Plattner. It's very clear that Zionists believe that Graham Plattner is fucking sincere in his criticisms of Israel. That's it. I don't think these people have a goal. They just feel good by posting and making other people feel bad. They act exactly as the same as the worst chuds. They do it for leftism or anti-imperialism, but they act the same. They're nihilists who think cruelty and self-righteousness is activism. Yeah. No, there's always been plenty of fucking assholes on the left as well. I yell at them all the time, and the left has always been unbelievably critical of me. There's never been a moment where the left has coalesced their forces behind me. Well, there are some exceptions. Usually, in the past, the left would actually say, all right, well, critical support to Hassan. He's literally under federal investigation, for example. And these guys don't even do that. They actually celebrate it. They take ownership over it. They say it's a good thing. So clearly at that point, you got to realize like, yeah, they're not invested in anything at all. They're just talking shit. They're just edgy, nihilist, 4chan style fucking posters, but ostensibly on the left. And that's it. I'm glad that they have the right position on Israel ideologically. But what they're doing is moving far beyond productive discourse. Yeah, they might not personally. And by a lot of people, I mean like this is a tiny fucking minuscule, insignificant number of Twitter posters. That's pretty much all it is. So any kind of reflection on what they're saying as though it's a serious mover or shaker is already utterly preposterous. But like these guys, like their whole smoke is with like the DSA or anyone that even dares to engage in electoralism, and nothing else. There is a fucking massive sea of unbelievably powerful Zionists out there, and instead of fucking attacking those people, they literally exclusively hit people that are closest to them ideologically. Okay? At some point, you have to fucking realize, at some point, You have to realize that your disagreements are not constructive. Like they're not. There's no real investment here beyond just personally losing your shit. So should you stop attacking people that the Israel lobby hates, like Tucker Carlson too, on the issue of Israel? Do you see, how do I talk about Tucker Carlson on the issue of Israel? I'm critical. I scrutinize it. But at the end of the day, I welcome it. I welcome his criticism of Israel. When have I not welcomed it? Hello? You think that's a good own? Is that what you think? You think that was a good, like, gotcha? Yes, people need to put energy into other people. Plattner's not the single worst guy. No, that's what I mean. If you're like, we have a finite amount. What do I always say? We have a finite amount of time on God's green earth, okay? Use it wisely. If you are focusing all of your efforts alongside, if you're focusing all of your efforts alongside the entire Zionist movement in this country on the one fucking guy that they all clearly want to ensure never makes it to the Senate, then you might not be using your time wisely. You might not be productive. Is that okay? Can we, like, electoralism, whether you like electoralism or not, can we agree that drawing all the aggro or focusing all the aggro on the guy that, like, the New York Times is obviously actively trying to disparage alongside the New York Post or all these other people is probably not the best use of your time and effort? It's very strange. Yeah. Here's another Oppo piece. Graham Plattner was an asshole extraordinaire as DC bartender, troubled and dark. Turns out, here's another regular citizen who says Graham Plattner is mean. Oops, my bad. He's actually a known conservative activist, media figure, and Zionist lunatic. The New York Post does this all the time. His name is Wayne Leguzin. Plattner was just kind of dark. You'd try to turn up a little conversation and he wouldn't give anything back. No smile, no acknowledgement. Just nothing coming back that was friendly and warm. He's an independent journalist and strategic communications and policy consultant. Wayne Leguzin is a conservative American writer, video producer, school choice advocate, the former editorial pages editor for The Gazette, National Catholic Register, Faith and Family Magazine, the other national and international publications. By the way, this is the peak of opposition research, that Graham Plattner was a fucking asshole as a bartender. Wow, you did it. He was mean as a bartender? No way. Like this right here, by the way, this right here is a perfect example. From the newspaper that brought you, Hamas was doing organized and directed mass rapes on October 7, comes another hit. Graham Plattner is actually a rapist domestic abuser. And this guy immediately fucking eats it hook, line, and sinker. Graham Plattner fantasizes about committing rape to show how dominant he is. Imagine what he did to Iraqi and Afghan women if this is how he talks to American women. Like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck? What does that take? Not everyone has to work on the same project. You don't have to support Plattner. You don't have to support electoralism. No, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. Fuck it. Who cares? You're a Cypriot. You're a Cypriot Australian living in Argentina, making American dollars in Argentina, a much poorer country, okay? And you're farming as many of that, as many dollars as you possibly can by just attacking, only hitting left at this point, only hitting people closest to you. It's very clear that you're not really invested in a political project or even advancing a political ideology. It's just pure nihilistic. It's pure self-interested, right? But like at the end of the fucking day, just what is the purpose of all of this, right? Like, what do you achieve with all of this? Is your goal to just like make sure Susan Collins is the next fucking senator? Is that what it is? Republican majority? Because like I'm willing to entertain that argument. Maybe the argument is you're an accelerationist and you do believe that the MAGA fascist movement will actually crumble or will accelerate the American empire's demise, and you want that to happen, and perhaps that's the reason why you're doing it, right? At least there's something there at least there's some meat that I could put my teeth on, right? Like, what's the argument? Is that an argument? I mean, it is an argument, but is that your argument? Yeah, these chatters can't distinguish between choosing not to support Plattner actively and making your entire online persona opposition to him. Yeah, that's it. I understand people being like, he's going to be, I disagree, but I at least understand people being like, I can't see myself endorsing a person that, like, you know, is a war criminal. I suspect that he did war crimes. He doesn't seem repentant about his service, all this stuff, right? I can't endorse this person. I can't trust this person. And there are plenty who have said that in the pro-Palestine movement, right? But even those people see the New York Times article and all the other fucking, opposition, all the manufactured outrage that's coming out on the Plattner side, and even they realize, like, okay, something indecent is happening here, right? But I don't even expect that. I don't even expect you to recognize that you probably shouldn't be aligned with the New York Times on someone that you have declared as insufficiently anti-Zionist. Right? But what you could do is, let your arguments exist in the world, and that's fine. And then fucking move on to more productive shit. You know what I mean? Talk about Israel's impact in Latin American elections and Latin American countries, if you want to cover that. There are a million different things that you could be working on right now that's South America related, or even the United States of America related. There's plenty of fucking things happening here. But if all of your focus is literally constantly posting about Graham Plattner, and you're posting in an identical manner to like some of the craziest fucking pro-Israel posters out there, right? At a certain point, I'm like, are you getting fucking paid? What's happening? Are you getting paid by the same exact the Hasbara agents? Like, what the fuck? What the absolute fuck? You look like and you sound like a Fed. You look like and sound like a wrecker. Dr. Adam Hamawi is also a vet, so anti-vet stuff is not even consistent. No. I've heard people fucking shit on Adam Hamawi as well. Yes, for being a combat surgeon. Yes. There are people who are just objectively insane. You have to understand, we have this tendency on the left to assume that just because people say the right things or use the right language or say that they're leftist, that they're always going to be on the right side of every issue, and that they all have their fucking same like ideological boundaries, and they've, they have the same fundamentals. Their worldview is anchored around the same like moral compass. It's not the case. Some people are just fucking insane. You can be an insane socialist, okay?
Come up.
What the fuck? Being anti-vet is now considered insane? Grumpy Iraqi, if you're literally talking about Adam Hamawi, a combat surgeon who was just a medic, so he didn't just patch up the American troops, he patched up Iraqis as well, okay, who literally went to Gaza to serve the children of Gaza. Yes, you're a fucking psychopath. I can say that. I do, yes. Yeah, you're a psychopath. Like, literally, you're a psychopath at that point. He's a fucking medic, dude. He's not even, like, what are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about? His entire purpose on the field is to save lives. It doesn't matter if they are the lives of Iraqi civilians, the lives of literally fucking like ISIS militants, the lives of American soldiers. It does not matter. He is a fucking medic. What the fuck? Hello? And even then, it doesn't even matter. He's like not a fucking pro-war in any meaningful capacity. He is. Law, speak to me when you survive 4 wars caused by the U.S. Dude, what are you saying? You're talking shit to a dude who's only served one purpose, is to heal people, okay? Is to heal people. And has then gone on to literally serve in Gaza. I think objectively speaking, it's probably the most dire conditions that people have faced in our lifetime, and your lifetime as well. I'm sorry, being against that level on the principled anti-vet stance that you have is no longer a principled stance. This sounds fucking insane. It is literally crazy. Especially considering that there is no reason to believe that Adam Hamawi is not openly anti-American imperialism. He has served the victims of American empire a lot more than you have, a lot more than I have. I'm no longer talking about Grant Plattner. I'm now talking about Adam Hamawi. Dude, if your pro-Palestine advocacy revolves around literally saying a doctor that went to Gaza and risked his life to save the children of Gaza is bad, you have lost your fucking mind. Okay? I will never understand this personally, because it's fundamentally at odds with my worldview. I've talked about it as well a million times over, and I will always fucking repeat it. No one is completely irredeemable, okay? Obviously, the bigger the crime, the harder it is for you to redeem yourself. But everyone's on their fucking personal journey. And we don't have the numbers to turn around. We don't have the numbers to turn around and cast aside people on the basis of their veteran status. There's a fuck ton of anti-imperialist veterans in this community. I will always fucking stand by them. Okay? I'm not a troop exploder, edgy, ooh, look at me type lefty. I'm not. There's some that are out there that are like that. I'm not like that. I'll never be like that. You know? That's it. We need the numbers. We need the numbers. I'm a numbers guy. We need the numbers. Okay? You like the number. I'm a numbers guy. At the end of the day, regardless of someone's veteran status, if they're an anti-imperialist now, if they're trying to stop others from fucking joining the military, because like, I'm not one of those people that'll be like, no, joining the military is good. I don't think it is. I always say that it's not, right? And this freaks people out when I say this, because their understanding of the American military is very different than mine. Okay? But if you're a veteran and you're running around and you're urging others not to serve, okay, then fucking awesome. Great. I'm not one of these like, hoorah, the American military is fighting for our freedoms out there type people either. But it is totally ridiculous and unbelievably unproductive to, it's totally ridiculous and unbelievably unproductive. It should be like every veteran has murdered children and they're completely fucking irredeemable. And fuck them all. Because, like, you don't got the numbers. You don't know how to fight. You don't have anything. You're just chirping. How are you going to fucking build a broad coalition? Point to any singular instance where there's been any kind of successful organized movement, whether it be labor militancy or an outright revolution that has not actually had a robust number of fucking veterans. Robust number of military officials, people in the military, people that have served in the Tsarist army in Russia, people who have served in the KMT forces in China. It just never happened. It's literally never happened.
Well, I think candidly, the Democratic Party's come up short in a lot of ways in terms of like whitewashing our candidates and being so morally elitist and kind of entitled at times. We have to be willing to get dirty.
His baggage is nowhere near their baggage. We're talking about people that are felons and people that take bribes.
I really kind of think that we all have skeletons in our closet and we've all made mistakes.
Also, people forget Maine is literally like 98% white. And I mean like non-Hispanic white, okay? White, Wonder Bread white. So if you think these guys are going to be like, wow, this is a bridge too far for me, you're wrong.
Especially when we're younger.
Yeah, a big part of Lenin and Bolshevik strategy was by appealing to disgruntled Russian vets and their families. No, you don't understand. Lenin was also unprincipled and was engaging in tailism. Okay? Lenin was an opportunist. Lenin was an opportunist. He was engaging in tailism. He was obviously leaning into the reactionary attitudes of disgruntled veterans. And therefore, everything that he did was bunk. He was not a real revolutionary. I'm a real revolutionary. Okay?
And that was really a refrain we heard time and time again, this kind of redemption arc. We can, have faith and forgiveness, given that he might have changed his ways or improved his life.
Well, I think candidly.
Anyway, Lenin was bald at 20 deeply unserious. There's one candidate running the U.S. Senate in Maine who understands that we cannot continue a rigged economy in which 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck while top 1% have never had it so good. We cannot allow for the first time in modern history our younger generations to have a lower standard of living than their parents. We cannot continue to corrupt campaign finance system which allows billionaire-funded super PACs to undermine our democracy and buy elections. We cannot continue to be the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care for all as a human right. We cannot continue as a tax system in which billionaires often pay a lower effective tax rate than truck drivers and nurses. We cannot continue to spend huge amounts of money on illegal, unconstitutional, endless wars. We cannot continue to allow the Republican Party to control the Senate and push towards Trump's oligarchic and authoritarian agenda. And there's only one candidate who will do something about it. That candidate is Graham Plattner. And he stands by Graham Plattner. Meanwhile, the New York Post has done it. They've defeated Graham Plattner. Think about all the column inches and headlines devoted to Graham Plattner over the past week versus Ken Paxton, and then tell me again we have a liberal media. Well, it is a liberal media. It's just a liberal media that is also openly pro-Israel. I'm sorry, but you're comparing dirt poor conscripts that have fought for 4 years in one of the most brutal and pointless imperialist wars to U.S. professional army soldiers that by joining the military automatically become middle class. I have tried not to chime in because it doesn't matter, but people are delusional. Yeah, the impact is still the same. Okay, you're not adjusting to their material conditions. Okay, they could have been a dirt farmer instead of joining the Tsarist army. Like, it doesn't matter. We're literally you have to adjust it to modern day American material conditions. Like, that's it. Also, it's really funny to be a Marxist and then use terms like middle class. I'm a Marxist who's interpreted the ideological purity of Lenin's revolution, taking in disgruntled veterans from the Tsarist military. But I also like to use the terms, middle class. I think it will help Plattner that he's younger than the majority of Maine voters. The average age in Maine is 45, but among voters, 68% are over 45. So voters will see him as a young man who made mistakes. Yeah. And if you don't want to use the Tsarist forces, which were obviously conscripted, you can use the example of the KMT. KMT had a standing military that was ideological in its purpose. Plattner is advocating for their interests. Collins isn't. That's why they like him. It's not more complicated than that. Yeah, no, that's... Wait, what? Plattner is advocating for their interests? Collins isn't... Oh, you mean the Mainers. Yeah. You are a filthy incrementalist and will be tried for your crimes of stifling revolutionary sentiment when we finally achieve true socialism on my neighborhood commune in 50 years? Yes. Tsarist officers were not conscripts, and 70% of early Red Army officers were officers in the Imperial Army during World War I. This is exactly what Mike has been saying. It's only either outsiders with a half grasp of American politics and overeducated leftists who just aren't used to seeing actual working class candidates. Liberals have the issue, obviously. I brought this up as well. The amount of smoke that people have for Graham Plattner as opposed to like Pete Buttigieg has been very interesting. And I think it's literally because most academic leftists have never actually encountered someone that hasn't fantasized about being president since the age of like 8. Because in American politics, we usually don't have that. Okay. So all of the edges of living like a normal life in comparison to the classic sociopathic politician is frustrating people, or where they're like highlighting all of those blemishes that most people have either destroyed because they're establishment cronies, or never even entertained because they were fantasizing about being president since the age of 8. All the ultras kept pointing to Jordan Wood as an alternative Plattner, the guy who is literally the main version of Buttigieg. Not to drag on the Plattner. Venn diagram of Maine Senate discourse. People who oppose Plattner on Twitter. People eligible to vote in Maine. People who support Plattner on Twitter. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, sometimes it's appropriate. Sometimes it's appropriate to look at, like, who our biggest enemies are in American politics and maybe reconsider our stances if they are literally identical to them. You catch me posting like fucking near attendant, I'm going to have to second guess what I'm doing, okay? I'm going to have to reconsider. You catch me saying shit like David Frum, I'm going to be like, okay, this is a little fucked up. Has David Frum actually had a noticeable shift in his worldview? Or am I accidentally doing propaganda for the Zionist lobby. Some people are doing that. I think there's also a little bit of a sunk cost fallacy, which is interesting because they say I'm doing that, even though my support for Graham Plattner has been far from unwavering or far from uncritical. Like I'm looking at the trend lines and securing any kind of positive impact from this potential victory. That's it. Once again, doing lesser evil voting. Yep, that's me. Anyway, wasn't it last year that we were having this conversation about the fact that Graham's pass is going to be a challenge? To a certain degree. Like, a lot of people think this is the same as like criticizing Kamala Harris, and I've said it over and over again. If Kamala Harris had the same policy platform as Graham Plattner, I would have been door knocking for her, and I would have been ecstatic at voting for Kamala Harris. And guess what? Kamala Harris never fucking was a trigger man for Empire. You know, at most she was a cop, which is bad in and of itself. But all right, I'm skipping this.
Overnight, President Trump touting an economic win, a strong jobs report that showed extensive hiring.
These are the strongest job numbers of the entire administration so far, and that's during this conflict on top of it. So it's great.
The labor market adding 172,000 jobs in May, according to new government data.
The President Plattner, and National Democrats now face a choice between reviling a large and maybe growing number of women as liars, or arguing through November that twisting a woman's arm and locking her in a room is merely messy, not violent. Plattner's most fervent supporters are gambling that the number of men sick and tired of women's belly aching is greater than the number of women who will identify Plattner as the abuser in their own lives. Seems a long bet. Yeah, David Frum, shut the fuck up. That's all I have to say.
More than double what economists expected. The unemployment rate holding steady at 4.3%. The president highlighting those numbers to voters in Wisconsin just months before the midterms, where the economy is likely to be a top issue.
Your fertilizer's down, your energy's down, your oil, your gas is all coming way down. And frankly, I thought it would go much higher than it did.
But broadly, Americans say they're overwhelmingly down on Trump.
By the way, Plattner's doing better with women in Maine than Susan Collins is. Just wanted to point that out real quick. I believe Plattner has a 54%. So yeah, David Frum is just a fucking delusional warmonger, and he's just mad that Graham Plattner is a reliable anti-Israel voice in the Senate. If he wins, that's it. And these guys don't want that. That's it. Because the Senate is different than the House. You can have like 10 anti-Israel voices in the House. That is still a smaller percentage than having 4 anti-Israel voices or 5 anti-Israel voices in the Senate. Okay? Doors open. That's what these guys fear.
Trump's economy, according to a poll, with 75% of adults saying the economy is poor or not so good. Just 30% approving of the president's handling. It comes as Americans are facing surging inflation, rising at the fastest pace in 3 years to 3.8%. And their paychecks just aren't keeping up, rising slower at 3.4% in the past year. And heading into the summer, Americans also facing about a 40% price increase at the pump due to the war in Iran.
I have to be very careful, very cautious on how and where I go throughout my day to make sure I'm not overusing my gas.
The average gallon of gas now $4.22, according to AAA, an increase of $1.26 per gallon since the war began.
And the stock market closing lower this week on news of that report, sparking concerns it could cause the Federal Reserve to hike interest rates. The Nasdaq dropping 4% for its worst day since last April. Rhiannon.
All right, Olivia, thank you for that.
More controversy surrounding Maine's Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner. The first-time candidate returned to the campaign trail yesterday after new allegations of, quote, toxic and unsettling behavior toward women. Hundreds of supporters greeted him at an event in Bar Harbor, showing their continued support. Our Caitlin Huey-Burns has more from Capitol Hill.
Just 3 days ahead of the Senate primary, many Maine residents say they're sticking with Democratic candidate Graham Plattner, despite the latest allegations against him.
He's not a perfect candidate. He's owned up to a lot of the stuff that he's done in the past.
Nobody is perfect. There is not a person out there who is absolutely perfect. Mother Teresa was not perfect.
A former girlfriend, Lindsay Fifield, told the New York Times that when she dated Plattner over a decade ago, he never hit her, but regularly grabbed her by the shoulders, sometimes hard enough to leave marks. And that during one argument, he twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a bedroom, and held the door closed.
There are some allegations in this piece that I just want to be kind of unequivocal about are simply not true.
Plattner has also insisted he didn't realize that a chest tattoo he got as a Marine and has since covered up is widely recognized as a Nazi symbol. But Fifield told the New York Times he did know.
Anything alleging physicality, anything alleging that I knew what my tattoo was, these are the statements of someone who's politically motivated.
Fifield has worked for Republican campaigns but denied any connection to Republican Maine Senator Susan Collins.
By the way, the K-File report also came from the same woman. So clearly she privately revealed this information to K-File anonymously. And then, because it came out, Andrew came out and said that it was from Lindsay Fifield, okay? The same Republican operative. Because if you recall, there was another article that was written a while ago, like one of Plattner's old friends said that he knew what the tattoo was. It was the same woman. It was the same woman that is advancing this. And what's interesting is there's not a single other friend or former friend or enemy that has come out and been like, yeah, he actually knew the tattoo. Isn't that crazy? Like, I find it unbelievable that he did not know. I find it personally unbelievable that he didn't know that it was a fucking totem cough. But then I look at the fact that he literally had it visible all the time. Like, people were talking about his Kick profile where he's like hand covering the totem cough tattoo, but he literally had on his Instagram photos of himself shirtless where you can openly see the tattoo. If he fucking knew that it was a Nazi tattoo, I doubt that he would show it. Based on his Reddit history, I think he knew. I don't know. I personally find that unbelievable. Okay? I personally find that unbelievable that he did not know. But he also was literally shirtless around his Jewish immediate family members. Like, that's one of the photo that they use all the time of him like fucking drunk and shirtless dancing around. That's from his family. He's literally surrounded by his Jewish in-laws. He knew. How did they not tell him? I don't think they knew either. Sam Cedar apparently didn't know. If I saw it, I would be like, that's a totem cough. What the fuck are you doing? Zateo followed up on this specifically and got Proshko on the record for a second time, corroborating Plattner's account and categorically rejecting Fifield's story about the tattoo. Another member of his unit who got the tattoo with him was interviewed by Washington Post last fall. Did the New York Times even bother to ask him whether Fifield's claim that they saw a parallel between their unit and SS was accurate? Because it sure doesn't mesh with what he said then. Phil Proshko, a fellow Marine machine gunner with Plattner at the time, whom the campaign put the Post in touch with, also said he did not think the tattoo had any extremist connotations. Plattner, and another friend were intoxicated when they picked out the skull and crossbones tattoo at a random parlor they walked into, he said. They didn't look up the image on the internet and then picked it up because it looked different from other skulls, he said. The tattoo was meant to commemorate their third deployment after many in their unit had died or had been injured in previous years. We weren't going to get unicorns. I know that, Proshko said. The Times, Zateo followed up with Proshko again, the other guy in his unit that has the same tattoo, or maybe had the same tattoo. I don't know if he still does. The Times wrote that Fifield further claimed that Plattner said he told her that he and other members of his unit selected the tattoo because they were like a death unit. They were killers and saw a parallel between their unit and the Nazi Schutzstaffel or SS unit that used the skull and crossbones image, she told the paper. They literally deliberately selected it because it was relevant to their military unit. Phil Proshko, who served with Plattner in the Marines, dismissed his claim in a brief interview with Zateo on Friday. No, we did not purposely get a hateful fucking shit because we're racist people, he said. We got matching tattoos because we were in our 20s drunk in Croatia, and that's it. That's all fucking happened. I still find it unbelievable, to be fair. Genuinely. But I know the depth of knowledge that I have on Nazi symbolism is clearly not the same as the average American. And even in my community, right? So that's why it's like I find it unbelievable because, again, we looked up the Wikipedia page. It was the third most popular Nazi symbol on the planet. Okay? The swastika being number 1, the double lightning bolts being number 3, and the 2, and Totenkopf being number 3. You and the brainless chatters can't accept. No, I can. I objectively am accepting the reality that 98% of the United States have no idea what a fucking Totenkopf is. Okay, I am saying that. I'm literally recognizing my own depth of knowledge in this that is probably causing me to find his story unbelievable. That's it. I know I'm hyper aware about this kind of stuff because I've spent a good deal of time in the last 13 years actively trying to de-radicalize people and understanding or trying to understand, like, you know, far right circles and how they operate, what their dog whistles are and the like. So yes, because I've spent a good deal of time combating the far right, combating neo-Nazis on the internet, I'm very aware of, you know, the literature that they read, the symbolism that they utilize, you know? That's why I jokingly say I have a PhD in racism. But yeah.
Collins, who Plattner would face this fall if he wins Tuesday's primary. But a second woman, a Maine Democrat, who also said she dated Plattner, told the New York Times she found some of his behavior, quote, reckless.
Do you believe you deserve to represent Maine?
Plattner is also facing criticism within his own party.
Some Democrats will defend that mess.
Yeah, the people that are criticizing Graham Plattner in the Democratic Party, by the way, the depths that Jake Tapper will sink to is expected, okay? Is totally expected. Did you guys see Jake Tapper had a Democrat on to unendorse Graham Plattner? Yeah, the motherfucking Democrat that Jake Tapper had on to unendorse Graham Plattner, her claim to fame is getting fifth place in a fucking Democratic primary one time. That's it. They don't even have like a deep enough talent pool here to get quotes from. The only one that it will openly, like the highest profile person that will openly oppose Graham Plattner and call for a majority Republican Senate is this fucking dumb ogre.
I will not.
Yet other high-profile senators like Bernie Sanders and Chuck Schumer are standing by Plattner. And as for his likely general election opponent, Susan Collins, she said that these newest allegations are troubling and that Plattner has a lot of questions to answer.
For CBS Saturday Morning, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Washington.
Overnight, the Democratic candidate in one of the year's most closely watched Senate races defending his candidacy against a firestorm of controversy. Graham Plattner, an oyster farmer and former Marine, is running to unseat Maine Republican Susan Collins.
When hurtful things I said on the internet a decade ago came out into the public, as I shared my personal journey through PTSD and darkness of recovery and accountability and growth, Maine had my back. Now, as every single piece of that past and journey gets dug up, litigated, and weaponized, you have my back.
The allegations against Plattner have piled on fast. First, a series of sexist Reddit posts.
Look, this is classic, okay? This is a classic media smear job, okay? I will give you the autopsy of how this works. First, they'll do a full spectrum opposition research on every single thing. They'll find, like, you know, old social media profiles, stuff like that. That's classic. That happens all the time. That happens for all candidates, by the way. So Graham Plattner is not unique in that sense. And they'll try to find anything and everything they can that has like meat on it, right? Has there ever been, has he ever said something that is at least like without the proper context, seemingly irredeemable, right? Has he said things in context that are irredeemable? So they'll do that, okay? And then they'll start reporting on it, okay? And then they'll report on the reporting on it, and they'll say, oh, it's piling on. Then they'll go out and try to find people on the opposition that will obviously be critical of it. There will be plenty of people in the opposition on the Republican side that will be critical of it. And then they'll go to the Democrats, and they'll try to find a high-profile Democrat that will oppose Graham Plattner, or oppose the figure that we're talking about. Not just Graham Plattner. I'm using this as a jump off point to explain to you how the media operates, how they manufacture outrage. Okay? So then the hits keep coming. If they find a specific angle in the opposition research, they'll try to needle on that angle to the best of their ability, right? If the fishing expedition comes back with anything, which there was plenty for Graham Plattner, they'll start hitting every angle they possibly can, one by one, okay? For him, it's the fact that as a veteran, he came back, he had PTSD, he had alcohol issues, and they found enough in his like mountains of Reddit posts. They found like a couple choice lines that they could use to say he's like a sexist, he's anti-women, he's misogynistic. So once the opposition sets in and you can like angle Graham Plattner as like a woman hater, and they can hit him on that angle over and over again, they go to work. They look through, they scour through all of the relationships that he has had. Okay? They'll go and investigate all of his relationships. They'll go out to the ex-girlfriends and ask them, like, did you have a bad experience? All this stuff. And we're at that stage in the New York Times, with the New York Times piece that came out, right? And there wasn't really a lot there to really throw an anchor around his neck to basically strangle him with, right? So when that doesn't happen, when there isn't enough there, the story then becomes there's a lot of scandal around this guy. Okay? There's a lot of scandal around this person. So the story itself becomes, if you can't actually jam him up with something serious, then the story itself becomes the fact that there is a lot of stories about this guy. And that's where we're at currently. They could not actually find high profile enough Democrats to oppose him. So they went deep into the bench and found like some random fucking Democratic operatives that'll be like, yeah, although I work with a bunch of different lobbyist groups that hate this fucking guy's guts, I'm not going to reveal that in this conversation. I'm going to tell you I'm a lifelong Democrat voter and I oppose Graham Plattner. Right? And then for Jake Tapper, he'll go to any lengths, obviously. And then the story itself becomes, there's a lot of stories about Graham Plattner. This guy is too scandal-ridden.
Now deleted,
or
then reports he
scandal-riddled.
exchanged sexual text messages with at least 6 women shortly after he was married in 2023. Plattner's wife, Amy, standing by him.
I want my marriage, and I want to be married to Graham.
The New York Times reporting several of Plattner's ex-girlfriends describe, quote, unsettling behavior. One reportedly claiming Plattner regularly grabbed her.
What do you think the reason is for the Dems to not say anything to disavow internal fracturing? No. Because at the end of the day, the reason why Chuck Schumer has to fucking sit there and eat dick as he turns around and says, yeah, we're going to defeat Susan Plattner, is because he's the leader of the Democratic Party in the Senate. No matter how much he loves Israel, he literally can't be like, yeah, I actually want a Republican majority. Did I say Susan Plattner again? Fuck. Susan Collins.
By the shoulders, sometimes hard enough to leave marks, and on one occasion yanked her out of a cab by her wrist. She says during one argument, Plattner twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a bedroom, and held the door closed from the other side so she couldn't get out.
Yeah, this is all from the Republican operative.
Plattner fiercely denies any violence.
Again, the Republican operative that worked to actively get Brett Kavanaugh appointed, okay? That is an important fact. That is an important fact. They say this is coming, like the media right now is doing this as though like all of his former ex-girlfriends have had similar stories. That's not the case. The only person that's come out on the record to say this is a literal Republican operative that started the Women for Kavanaugh group. Okay? The Women for Kavanaugh group. You don't think that's relevant? You don't think that calls into question her perspective on sexual assault, domestic violence, and the like?
Democrats here in Maine divided.
I feel like his political mission is sincere, and that's what I'm voting for.
I will never vote for Graham Plattner.
So Graham Plattner is not the Democratic nominee yet. The primaries are on Tuesday, and Maine's Governor Janet Mills is still on the ballot. Now, she had suspended her campaign back in April, but as this scandal swirls around Plattner, she wants to make sure that Democrats here know they can still vote for her if they want to, Gio.
Lots of twists and turns in all of this. Selena Wang, thank you so much.
Do you mind telling us what you think about Graham Plattner and the situation right now and him staying in the race?
Yeah, look, I think it is really sad when you have someone who's a self-described communist who put a Nazi tattoo on himself, to see so many Senate Democrats supporting him. That should be beyond the pale.
What do you think right now of the race? Do you think he should stay in or drop out?
A few other things in my mind.
Are you reconsidering your support for him?
Who told you I was supporting him?
Are you?
I don't vote in that state. You know, you got to really feel sorry for the true.
That's weak. That's weak as fuck. But
Democrats in this country, they have no representation. Now they're taking these people that are absolutely have no business representing anybody. And if this is the best they got, my goodness, I mean, they get to choose who they want.
Are you concerned about it? Are you?
God, Raphael Warnock was a lion before he ran for Congress, dude. Literally. Radical liberal Raphael Warnock, man. Ugh.
You gonna still support him? Just anything you can say about it would be great.
No, man, please. Thank you. People of his state are going to have to make up their minds what they want in their next November.
Like Raphael Warnock was a liberation theologist. I guess I can't really shit on him too much because, like, I'm not gonna sit here and literally be like, you have to fucking endorse him, you know? I don't expect that. Yes, you can't. No. My initial reaction was because I thought like he's a little bit captured by the same exact like corporate entities, corporate interests, foreign lobbies.
I think it's going to be interesting.
But that might not be
the
the case.
Voters of Maine are able to see through the lies that Graham Plattner is planting. And he's trying to excuse himself for behavior that is totally unconscionable. I can't imagine that Mainers want to be represented by somebody like that when they have an option.
Look, man, if I was doing Graham Plattner's messaging, here's what I would say. Okay? A lot of these politicians send veterans overseas. They come back broken. And they don't want to face what that broken reality looks like. Okay? They love sending men and women overseas, but they never want to fucking aid and heal the broken men and women that they send overseas, and they never want to face that reality. Okay? That's it. That's what I would say. Sometimes you got to face that reality. I certainly had to in my darkest days. I certainly had to in my darkest days work through that reality piece by piece and became a better man as a consequence of that, blah, 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 that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Straight up. Because Graham Plattner's story, I mean, look, 9% of Mainers are fucking vets. And Graham Plattner's story is not that different from many others. You know what I mean? As far as like being a hoorah kind of guy, thinking like, oh, I can't wait to join the military. It's going to be awesome. And then, you know, going out there, being deployed, and then that becoming your entire life, not knowing anything else. and doing untold amounts of unspeakable violence, and destroying your brain as a consequence of that, right? And then coming back totally broken, being in horrible relationships, self-medicating, all this shit. I respect Raphael for staying out of white people's shit, to be honest. You should take notes. I know. The Graham Plattner is white people business. Straight up.
To continue working with Susan Collins, who is working her heart out to represent Maine every day. I think at the end of the day, the voters in Maine are going to see the right answer here, and Susan Collins will be our senator.
I'm going to take a look at the race. I hadn't paid any attention. We've been busy on other fronts, so. But I will look at it now.
I got no dog in that hunt. You look at the guy in Texas, running against Paxton. Look at the guy running for Congress in New Jersey. He was affiliated to terrorists. And now
affiliated with terror?
You can't beat Susan Collins, number one.
Yeah, oh yeah, her. That's right. I ain't got no dog in that hunt. Look at the guy. Look at the guy running in Texas. This is the OG Toby Durden, okay? Toby Tubadoo. That's right. I'm Toby Tubadoo. Herby Daddy. Herby Daddy. Is this who you were talking about? Susan Plattner? Fuck. Yes.
To even have him in the race is embarrassing to me, for Maine, and for our country.
Guys, is that like a warning sign, do you think, to the Republicans that they could put up candidates like this who actually get support and could win?
Heaven forbids that happens, that they win. I don't, surely.
It's just so funny because, like, again, there's another Senate seat that's in question right now in Texas, which he brought up. And Ken Paxton is literally a worse person than Graham Plattner. Okay, straight up. Ken Paxton is unironically a worse person than Graham Plattner. And there is no coverage over it. Ken Paxton literally releases pedophiles back to the fucking streets, man, without even getting them to be registered on the sex offenders list. And we're over here being like, oh yeah, fucking Graham Plattner was a bad boy. He was toxic, dude. What the fuck? It's crazy. The media has focused on Ken Paxton this much. Okay?
Goodness, they're not going to put these people in a public office.
We begin with Maine, where more than 500 Mainers joined a rally for Democratic.
All right, we saw this.
Ethan Klein has lost his copyright lawsuit.
Why is it fucking Tim Pool that is covering this? Like, why is this not Moist Critical covering it? You know what I mean? Like, that blows my mind. Like, this is a story that I would expect from Moist Critical.
It's not completely over, but the story is actually massive. This is one of the most important stories in social media. That's the latest most important story, I must stress. But this has to do with whether or not we can make money on our content, whether or not people are allowed to engage in public debate. And the results of this, derivative from several years ago in Akilah Hughes v. Carl Benjamin, we are now looking at what may be a definitive nuclear strike in the social media space, which is changing the game and eviscerating IP law protection. So before everybody jumps out and just cheers and celebrates, Ethan Klein filed a frivolous lawsuit, so he's losing. We got to talk about what the ramifications of this will be. Now, admittedly...
Oh, he's taking the side of Ethan Klein on this. He's taking the side of IP protection. Yeah, no, the dog. The literal opposite took place, where the pre-established precedent on fair use was relitigated and defended. It's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. Straight up.
I'm happy to see, and look, I know there's a lot of people who don't like Ethan Klein. I am not saying this to disparage or gloat over his defeat, but he's wrong in this one. And we can look back at the results from Akilah Hughes versus Carl Benjamin, for which is now being cited as precedent in this case. to see why he was wrong to file this lawsuit. But there is a major consideration as to what this means moving forward. And I warn you all of this. The ramifications will be pronounced as it pertains to AI content, taking away your right to own the work you produce. It is eroding and getting crazy. There's a great philosophical discussion here. But first, let's start with the story. For those that are not familiar with what's going on, Ethan Klein sued several ladies because they reacted to a documentary he made, I guess, attacking Hassan Piker, which, funny, I guess. Anyway, take a look at this. We've got this from r/Hassan Piker. Based on a tentative ruling, Ethan Klein has lost his copyright lawsuit to Denims. This is big news, big news. And the gist of it is you are allowed to react to content. It's fair use. In fact, it is the spirit of fair use, even if you explicitly state you are doing this to infringe his copyright, even if your audience explicitly states they intend to watch this instead of your content to infringe upon your market. This is a nuclear bomb. And I'm going to tell you why, my friends, because on this channel, the Tim Pool Show, subscribe, please, if you have not already subscribed. I have been hit with copyright after copyright after copyright claim, and not on my other channels. So I've got what we got Timcast IRL with like 2.7 million or something. I got Timcast News at 2 million, and I got Timcast at like 1.5. With all of these millions of subscribers, never have my fair use videos been copyright claimed. But on this channel, which is newer and smaller and more just about kind of the whatever I feel like talking about, less important, more drama, more fun, whatever, copyright claims every single day, despite the fact I am legally allowed and protected. This is why this story is so massive. But you got to understand, some of you are probably on Ethan Klein's side. Many of you probably do not like what he is doing. Let's talk about the future of content and what this means for all of you producing content on TikTok, on Instagram, or otherwise. This is going to have, this is a massive nuclear bomb. You got to understand. This means, right? So right now, I got a video on this channel where I included like a 1-minute clip in a 30-minute podcast of Star Trek: The Next Generation. And they said I'm not allowed to comment on a work of art this way. Now, we've got more precedent saying absolutely you can, even if it's the entirety of the work. This means, my friends, understand. I know we got to read. I got to give you the context here, but for everybody who's already been tracked.
God, this is tough to watch. Actually, like it's a little bit of a tough watch. Not gonna lie. All right, I'm skipping this. And I'm not gonna. I can't watch the Michael from Pennsylvania 1 hour piece on this either. Maggie? That's right. We're moving on. We're back to Patrick Bet-David. Ladies and gentlemen, it's valuetainment time. Are you valuetained? You're the only big YouTuber that has covered it properly? That's crazy. Not a single other YouTuber has covered this landmark fucking copyright. Like, am I crazy? Am I overestimating? Maybe I'm overestimating the significance of the story, but this is a genuinely impactful story that no one has covered at all. It's not a precedent the judge is setting. It's basically reaffirming the precedent. And if the judge had actually taken a different decision and sided with Ethan on this, there would be a new precedent set that would eviscerate reaction content, that would give people tremendous power, like to go to everyone that has ever reacted to someone else's content. It would totally change fair use. Ironically enough, this ended up reaffirming the precedent that Ethan's case initially set. What?
Haberman and Jonathan Swan.
Is there a F here? I don't even see it. I don't know what's going on. Also, I'd be scared of Ethan Klein doing dumb lawsuits. No, I don't think so. So it is a little bit of a strange situation. Do you see this clip? Oh yeah, I saw. When I see a clip like this, I immediately like it. I didn't even watch it.
What's crazy is that you have a lawyer who's explaining to you how shit works. Like, these armchair lawyers are so stupid. I will say, there is something very funny about the number of like YouTube lawyers that were like, there is literally no chance.
What the fuck is going on with my microphone? My microphone went crazy mode. I don't know why.
She loses on all factors. Like, there is no judge that would ever for even a moment think this isn't a cut and dry case. It's like every case has a chance to lose, but like no chance. Like, come on, dude. And I think some of them now are like, I actually was saying from the very beginning that she had a really good chance. It's like, no, you weren't. No, you weren't. Why are you lying? The Dow, why are you lying? What the heck? What's crazy is that you have a lawyer who's explaining to you.
YouTube lawyers are biased as fuck. Yeah, no, they've once again proven to be complete charlatans, complete partisan charlatans, okay? Asmund was happy to farm the court case, making videos every week on it, and even read every tweet from that Auk account. But the moment the decision comes out, he's like, I don't know what's happening, and ignores it. Yeah. This is a way that these guys basically fucking create an echo chamber, right? When things are seemingly going their way, when it's not even a guarantee that it's going their way, but like they constantly reassert the idea that like, this case is done. They're all going to fucking lose. They're all going to lose all their money. They don't even think about like what kind of precedent this would set for them even, right? And yes, it's identical to when Gamergate chuds will be like, oh, a new video game is coming out and it's going to be gay and woke and it's going to suck. And then the video game comes out and it's unbelievably popular. So they very quickly turn around and say, oh yeah, the game actually doesn't suck. It's really popular because it's not woke, right? Or they'll just ignore it entirely, like Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate was the gayest game that came out, and they never... They didn't do it's woke, it's peak woke, and therefore it's going to lose. They just stopped talking about it altogether because it was super fucking popular. And unfortunately, it's a training exercise in some ways. It's basically training their audience to be dumber and dumber, to constantly seek out biased information and never actually look to the other side or never actually try to seek out the truth. You know? Legal Eagle did a video on it, apparently. No. Legal Eagle did a video on reaction content many, many moons ago about XQC and Ethan Klein talking about it. I don't think Legal Eagle did a new fair use video. Yeah. I mean, yeah, so don't look for consistency, even though I will sometimes expose the hypocrisy. Like, Ethan Klein said he wanted to fight anti-Semitism on Twitch, but his biggest supporter is Asmongold, who openly admits to being a funnel to Fuentes and whose reaction was less transformative than Denham's. Again, the whole purpose of that is to create a shaky allegiance with people because Ethan Klein doesn't care about anti-Semitism. The whole point he did. Wait, Legal Eagle actually did a video on it? Show me. Legal Eagle actually did a video on this case? I'd be surprised. Yes, days ago? Really? No, he did a Lego video. I'm looking at it. Also, how could he have done it days ago? There's only a tentative judgment that just came out. Yeah, you're talking about this from September 2023 when he did XQC stealing content, and so are most reaction streamers. One of the YouTubers that Ethan was hyping up for months recently called him a slimy Jew, and he completely ignored it. Yeah, he has to eat that shit all day, every day. He has to coalesce around like some of the most reactionary forces on the internet because he knows that those are the only people that will participate in his attacks, right? Like he'll never bring shit like that up. I mean, Epstein literally said straight up, Epstein literally disrespected him in a way that no one that Ethan has attacked has ever dared to disrespect him as. Like what was it? He like accused him of like sexually assaulting his own children and being a pedophile or something. That's what it was, right? And then instead of suing Epstein for slander, okay, instead of suing Epstein for defamation, he turned around and tried to fucking sue iDubbbz for showing that tweet from Epstein. It makes no fucking sense. He didn't say a goddamn word about what Destiny was saying about him, and instead wanted to sue iDubbbz for showing that fucking tweet, or not tweet, the message. It makes no sense.
That Benjamin Netanyahu went to the Situation Room and made the case to Trump with Mossad joining via Zoom or wherever it was, and he persuaded Trump that this will be a walk in the park, cakewalk, all of that shit. That happened in private.
What's your percentage that happened?
That happened in private.
What's your percentage that
high
happened?
percentage.
Give me a number, 80%?
80%.
I'm 50-50 that happened.
Okay. You think Trump did it on his own without Netanyahu?
No. I said I'm 50-50, meaning I believe there's a 50% chance because...
but you don't deny that behind the scenes, the Israelis are putting pressure on the U.S.
Of course I know.
Okay. So then to come back to your broader
I don't think he's Bush. I don't think he's Obama. I don't think he's Biden. I don't think he's those guys.
In many ways, he's worse.
No. I don't think
he doesn't have any independent views.
The one thing I know with you, Mehdi, is the fact that no matter what he does, he's not going to get victory from you. We have to put those two.
Again, you can go back on YouTube, rewind an hour. I said if he restrains Netanyahu in Gaza and Lebanon.
You said
But
if.
he won't. I know he won't.
No, I understand. But have you ever given him any credit for anything he's done? When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, function.
Ain't no way, dog. Ain't no fucking way that Patrick Bet-David has a shoe. Okay, we got to watch this ad. I'm sorry. He has a shoe that says future
Luxury.
looks bright.
We had the choice to make it fast. We had the choice to make it cheap. We chose neither. Instead, we chose Tuscany, Italy. We chose true Italian craftsmanship, each pair touched by 50 skilled hands. We chose patience, spending 2 years perfecting every detail, and we chose the finest quality at every step. Introducing the Future Looks Bright collection. Not rushed, not disposable, not ordinary. Rather, intentional, luxurious, timeless.
Oh my God. What the fuck is this, bro? Oh my God. It looks so bad. Oh, what do you do? What do you do when the homie rolls up in them Patrick Bet-Davids? Ah! Yo! Yeah! What the hell is this? It's like, is it casual? Is it supposed to be dressy? He made these shoes. First of all, there's no laces, but he wants to have the appearance of laces. And it's supposed to be like a casual shoe that you can wear under a suit. Nah, Loki, get a pair. Ain't no fucking... Wait, what? $600? $600? $600. Ain't no fucking way. Oh my God. He chose to make them neither fast nor cheap nor good looking. Brother, this is incredible. God, Patrick Bet-David, you're actually a fucking legend, dude. God, you're a fucking legend. Holy shit. You are a goddamn legend for this.
In the first term, I wrote a piece for The Intercept. I got a lot of shit for it because I said credit where credit's due. He's going to withdraw from Afghanistan. Remember, he laid out that timeline that Biden then got attacked for following. It was a Trump timeline to pull out of Afghanistan.
He did it. The Biden, the way
Trump
he did
would have
it.
done it better. Come on. It was always going to be a disaster. No matter how you pull out of Afghanistan.
There was many military personnel said there was better ways to leave.
No, I don't agree on that. But
many military.
Can I come back to your wider point?
Tell me.
Oh my God, he's showing me. I need to take a shower now. Bravo, Donald Trump is the headline. Rob's too fast. All right, so let me come back to the wider point. Forget Trump.
I always knew. I introduced him properly at the beginning. Big MAGA supporter.
That's 2020. 6 years ago. We all grow, evolve, learn from our mistakes. So the broader point about America and Israel, Iran, to go back to your IRGC point, forget Trump for a moment. Let's just take U.S. foreign policy as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
When you say it's Israel, I don't accept that. I think this new thing on the right where you say, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, all this line, which is like, America's good, it's bad Israel, making good.
Also, Trump's Afghanistan deal wasn't bad, which is why I also gave Joe Biden credit for that too. ironically enough, Donald Trump literally delivered that deal to Joe Biden's administration. And then Joe Biden actually pulled the trigger on it. And then Trump never let him go. Trump consistently yelled at Joe Biden over the Afghan withdrawal, which was his fucking deal. But yes, pulling out of Afghanistan objectively was a good thing. Okay. What the fuck?
America. I'm not saying you did, but I'm saying others. It's becoming a very consensus view, which is America's really good, and then evil Israel comes on and makes good America do bad things.
No.
We need to take agency and responsibility. We are the superpower. And when Israel's murdering Iranian nuclear scientists or murdering Iranian diplomats who might do a deal with them, we have to take ownership for that. They don't do that without an American green light. They didn't kill Khamenei without an American green light. They don't do shit without an American green light. So I don't buy this idea that Israel is some rogue force. Going back to the Barack Ravid point about there's all these splits between the president and the prime minister. 9 times out of 10, America and Israel are on the same page. 1 time out of 10, they're on a different page.
Yeah. So
we had moderate presidents in Iran. They got screwed over. Khatami, Rouhani. They got screwed over by Western governments that wouldn't do a nuclear
Israel
deal.
went out and killed the 50 guys. You know, we could have worked together, whatever. They kept, and Trump kept saying, everybody we're negotiating with, they're killing them. Who's they? Who's he saying
And you
they?
think Israel can do that if Trump wanted them to stop? Come on.
No. What I'm saying to you is Israel, when they get their intel and they want to take somebody out, you remember the pagers. They got very good intel. They don't have a problem going and doing what they're doing. I understand Israel's motive.
So do I.
I understand Israel's motive.
But I'm saying they get a green light from the U.S.
I don't think as much under him as others. I do think they're an ally for the Middle East. And I'm not, like, you're a business guy now. You're a capitalist. So one of the things you'll experience, because you're a capitalist, it's nothing wrong. You should be proud of it. You should be, look at the smile on your face. You're making more money than ever before.
You're a numbers guy.
It's a good Are you making more money?
I'm a numbers guy. You're a business guy. Okay? And I know business. I'm a numbers guy, but I'm a business guy. Taliban in power is a good thing. Objectively a better thing than us still occupying Afghanistan. Yes. Wait, what? You literally are arguing against the Afghan withdrawal? What the fuck? There ain't no way, bro. 11-month subscriber? Are you fucking serious? Wait, you... What? I know you like a number. What the fuck? Bro. Defending the Afghan occupation in the Big 226. Oh, my Lord. Have you seen Afghanistan now? Yes, I have. Wait, are you... There's no shot you're genuinely saying the American withdrawal should have never happened from Afghanistan, right? Oh my God. Respect, Chatter. Chatter's like, hey, I know we spent $8 trillion. I know we spent $8 trillion to replace the Taliban with the Taliban after 20 fucking years. But what if it was 21 years and $9 trillion instead? Just one more year, bro. Just one more year and we would have fixed it up. America fucked it up. Shouldn't they fix it? There is no fixing it.
Less money right now.
I'm making more money.
That's good. There's nothing wrong. We should be proud of it.
Did I say that? That's not my definition.
But here's where I'm going with this. In the last couple of years since you've been private, how many opportunities have you had to do deals with people?
Many.
When you're on the call, do you know their motives?
No.
Their motives are typically beneficial to who?
Themselves.
Is that something that you and I would be surprised with? No. Why are you here today? Why do I have you on today? It's going to be a good show for us. Why are you on here today? You don't live down the street. You came. There's a motive.
Yes.
Both of us have a motive, so both of us are winning from this exchange that we have. Okay.
Understood.
In that sense, the way they negotiate, then it goes to who's the better negotiator. Then it goes to who gave up more. Then it goes to all the other stuff that you got to go through, and you got to make adjustments.
Well, Trump is a horrible negotiator, and as Benjamin Netanyahu said, these are Benjamin Netanyahu's words, for 40 years, I've dreamt of attacking Iran. He's the only president who would listen to me. Those are Netanyahu's words. I'm paraphrasing.
For 40 years, Trump
Every
said
president said no.
In 1987, he would go and take over Carrick Island. He said that in 85. You make it seem like this guy's not an independent thinker.
Well, he's not an independent
Trump
thinker.
said that in 85.
Hold on. He also said, none of us knew they would hit the Strait of Hormuz. None of us knew they would hit the Gulf countries. You idiot. Everyone knew this.
You can't give him credit that he said this 40 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know how he got that one thing consistent.
Oh,
but what
yeah,
about the actual
I don't know
war?
how this one thing he did.
Wait,
I don't know how he came back.
Dog, who gives a fuck? Yeah, we hit Karg. It was a bad decision. So it was a bad decision fucking in 1987. Who cares? it has remained a bad decision. Wow. You don't understand. You don't understand. Donald Trump was wrong in 1987, and he kept being wrong in 2026. Okay. What am I supposed to give him credit for? Who gives a fuck if he was stupid all the way back then? Now he's stupid with actual intelligence on his side.
Patrick, you keep asking me to give him credit.
Yeah.
The Iran war, you praised him.
Here's the thing. Also, Donald Trump himself said voting for Kamala Harris would mean going to war with Iran. Like waging unnecessary wars. So expecting consistency from him is unbelievably stupid. So yeah, if you're trying to claim that this was like his decision because he's consistently wanted to wage war with Iran since 1987, well, okay, he's either consistently stupid and wrong, and we're currently living through that, or if you want to recognize the reality that he's not an independent decision maker in this situation and he totally got goaded into it in large part by Benjamin Netanyahu, if you don't want to recognize that reality, rather, then you have to still recognize that he either independently made this bad and stupid decision, but that's not exactly a good thing for Trump, or he got goaded into it by Benjamin Netanyahu. Neither outcome is good.
On day one of the Iran war, would you accept today it's been an absolute disaster because Donald Trump is not a war leader? He doesn't understand foreign policy. He doesn't understand war. He just said this week, I'm bored. You know what he said this week? I'm bored of all this.
Mehdi.
Like a child.
Mehdi, let me tell you what it is. You know, I have a local doctor I want you to go see. He specializes in TDS. And I think you would work very well with him. Over a 6-month period, he'll be able to get rid of your TDS.
I have a guy who's a psychologist, and he deals with cult members.
Yep.
And I think he'll do well with you guys who can't get out of the Trump cult.
See the
right?
difference?
I asked you, I gave you an opportunity in front of your audience to criticize Trump on Iran. You can't do it.
I will.
It's been a disaster.
Can I tell you?
Please.
The difference between you and I is I will sit there and I'll give credit and I'll criticize.
I'll give him credit. What should I give him credit for?
I am more supportive of him than you are.
What should I give him credit for?
Because the longer you're a capitalist, you're going to want somebody that's pro-capitalism.
The economy is horrific under him.
Because
my business is doing badly because of him.
It's
because of the war? Who started the war? He did.
I take ownership that he started the war.
So when you say give him credit,
can I
Give
finish?
him
You're going to
for?
allow me to finish my thought?
Please.
Did you give him credit with Venezuela?
No, of course not. Illegal action.
So that's also no.
He broke international law, American law, the Constitution.
So that's a no for you as well.
He killed a grandmother.
Let me ask you a question.
And he brought this guy into a court case that he might lose.
If they take over Cuba, would that be a victory in your eyes? So give it already criticism up front.
You think I'm supporting? You want me to come here to Florida and support imperialism? You support imperialism.
So
you support just invading other countries.
So you go back.
Patrick.
You go criminal. Well, how the hell do you think America got so big? What do you think they did? It was an expansionist James Polk idea.
Oh my God, it's so funny. He's literally like, dude, this is why Republicans win, though, straight up. Because, like, a lot of people are just very dumb, and they're like, what do you mean? If you got it, you got to use it, man. It's good. I guess the counter to that literally is, like, liberalism, internationalism under a liberal world order is a progressive force in history. And the question at that point is, okay, do you think that we should still have, like, warring factions and unlimited tribalism in the world and go back to an era where, you know, the French and the Englishmen were fighting each other for 100 years. Like, do you think that is a better situation? Because that's what happens with might makes right. The American design had to abide by at least some boundaries. The American design had to abide by certain restrictions. Obviously, America violated it all the time, but there was at least like some kind of lip service offered to the international rule-based order at times, and that kind of kept things fucking intact. Might makes right is the reason why currently America's getting its shit pushed in by Iran, because Iran was like, all right, if you don't play by the rules, we can't play by the rules either. And that's the reason why we're fucking going to close the Strait of Hormuz.
Let's go out there and buy all these other places.
Was there international law, the UN Charter, the Geneva Conventions at the time?
But you're sitting here complaining about something like this where you're living in a country, it's because of the byproduct of the visionaries previous to us that they made it what it is today. Why do you...
Oh my God, it's Zen fascism. He's doing it. 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 Mehdi, you don't understand. You're also a beneficiary of American imperialism. You're a part of the labor aristocracy, my friend. Don't you realize that this American bounty that inevitably comes back to you is the reason why we have such a robust system? If we don't extract natural resources from the periphery, someone's got to do it. I just spat out a piece of rice from my mouth. I don't even know where it went. I'm a numbers guy.
Also safe here.
Bizarre argument.
Why do you
I know you really like
why
the
don't
numbers.
Alaska, we should go conquer Cuba.
No, that's not what I'm telling you.
Sounds like it.
If they're expanding, I don't mind an expansionist president. I don't.
You
mind
like
it.
imperialism. So
I
how
don't
are you
mind-
different to the IRGC?
I don't mind an expansionist.
How are you different to the IRGC? Everyone says
What?
everyone says
Islamic Revolutionary Guard.
they're accused.
Everything is about.
Wait, what? Mehdi, what the fuck has the IRGC done that is Dude, come on, Mehdi. God damn it. Let him finish? Okay.
They're
God
accused.
tells them what to do and that on death upon America.
They're accused of being expansionist, of trying to take over the Middle East. That's the big allegation that the Gulf states make against Iran. And yet you're sitting here saying, but we should take over the Western Hemisphere.
By the way, do you know what I would actually say?
I'm
to
not
that?
imperialist.
Let me ask you a question. You got how many?
Insane that we're having a conversation about
How many
imperialism.
subscribers do you have with your channel right now that are paying you?
On Substack?
On Substack.
I'm not going to say that number.
Let's say it's 100,000 people. Okay, there you go.
It's not.
Wait. He did it again. He fucking did it again. He literally keeps asking these fucking questions. As soon as Mehdi retaliates and offers a reasonable counter, instead of addressing the counter at all, Patrick Bet-David immediately moves on to a totally separate question. Oh my God.
Not sadly.
Okay, but let's just say you have 50 to 100,000 people. You're doing well. You're making good money. Yeah. Okay. Have you taken any viewership from anybody else?
What do you mean?
Are people watching you that used to watch somebody else on YouTube? What an expansionist you are. What a shameful expansionist capitalist.
I've been with you for 1 hour, 20 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. That might genuinely be the stupidest argument I've ever heard in my entire life. Straight up. And I've seen a lot of, I'm talking Twitter posts, subreddits. It sincerely reminds me of when people try to fucking make the comparison that I'm basically Jeff Bezos because I react to other people's YouTube videos or whatever. And it's still somehow dumber than that. I would much rather have to deal with someone sincerely believing that I'm basically Jeff Bezos and I'm exploiting other people's labor by reacting to their YouTube videos. I think that's a more intelligent argument. And it's not an intelligent argument at all, but it's still a more intelligent argument than the one that Patrick Bet-David just advanced. Yeah. If that argument is 2 + 2 = 5, this is 2 + 2 = fish. Incredible. This is beyond a non sequitur. I've actually never seen the nuclear grade enriched uranium version of stupidity until this very moment. And he's so happy about it. Look at his face.
This guy's expanding his YouTube channel, but God forbid anybody else does it.
I've waited 1 hour, 20 minutes for you to say the dumbest thing with respect, Patrick. That is not an analogy.
Every time
that
you
is
say
the
dumbest
worst
things is when you get cornered. What do you mean you're expanding?
That is the worst
you're
analogy.
Expanding.
Did I go into the New York Times? Hold on. Let's take your analogy. Did I walk into the New York Times and abduct the editor-in-chief of the New York Times, put a bag over his head,
do you have any
take
employees?
him out in order to undermine the New York Times?
Do you have any employees?
Yes.
How many of them came volunteer? How many of them did you recruit and hire away from another company?
How many of them did I get with a gun and a special forces team? You're making a ridiculous analogy.
Oh my
you
goodness.
expand as a business. That's the same as illegally occupying other people's land.
What la la land are you living in? Like, what do you think happened to this world?
World of law.
What do you think happened to this world?
You do realize the problem that the MAGA folks have when they say this is you lose any credibility to criticize anyone else. You can't criticize Iran then. You can't criticize Hamas.
And I don't.
You don't criticize Hamas?
No, I don't criticize. If you're able to expand.
So if Hamas goes into Israel, you're for that?
It's not about if I'm for that or not. If you're able to successfully do it, that's your vision. I know I have to defend against it. What?
Oh my God, he's so awesome. All right, I'm back in. No, he literally is so one-track minded on being Sigma grind set that he literally said if Hamas were to militarily occupy Israel, then that's their vision. And they went out there and they said, I'm a numbers guy. We're going to ChatGPT it. We're going to grok it. And we're going to seize Israel. And they did it. You got to defend it. You got to defend it. I'm a numbers guy. Listen, the problem with Hamas that I have, Patrick Bet David, is that they're not Sigma grind setting hard enough. They're not locking in. If they had actually bought my new shoes, that would have given them the confidence. If they were wearing my $600 shoes, that would have given them the confidence during October 7 to seize control over the Knesset. Okay, at which point I would be defending it because they locked in. They have the vision. He said, like, look.
Able to expand.
So if Hamas goes into Israel, you're for that?
It's not about if I'm for that or not. If you're able to successfully do it, that's your vision. I know I have to defend against it. What do you think companies do? How do you think companies work? What do you think companies are supposed to do?
I think it's insane that you're comparing business expansion to us going around the world killing people.
Mehdi, why do you think we have military? For what?
Ourselves.
Against what?
Threats.
Against
but
another
you
one
want to be
expand.
the threat.
I'm not saying that.
You think Cuba's trying to expand right now?
No.
You think Cuba's trying to expand? Where are they expanding to? Miami?
No.
You've been living in Miami too long.
By the way, maybe
I think you've been drinking too much Miami water.
I actually rarely go to Miami. Maybe that's their fault. Maybe that's their fault.
What's their fault?
Maybe their ideology, communism, created a poor country and their people want something better.
But that doesn't give us the right to go and take over the country.
How do you think all this stuff happened in history?
Okay, lots of things happened in history that weren't right.
Yeah, but guess
this
what?
This is 2026.
Dude, you understand. You've taken...
Dude, it's actually shocking. Patrick Bet David's lack of knowledge and lack of intellectual curiosity is genuinely confusing me. Okay? I did not realize that people like this actually existed in the real world. Like, he has expanded. His first principles are, it's a dog-eat-dog world, everybody capitalist, everything capitalism, everything business. Okay? And because that's his only worldview, that's where it begins and ends, he is applying that to international relations. And what's shocking about this worldview is that it would literally justify chattel slavery. Like every single awful thing that has ever happened throughout history, you would justify with this mentality. It's fucking awesome.
Market share from other people. Your viewers were somebody else's viewers that came to you.
So you support,
kudos to you.
So you want just to be clear, you want some kind of law of the jungle where might is right, power.
What do you think the law is?
You're fine. But
what do you think the law is?
I noticed you don't answer any question.
No.
It's a very simple question. Yes or no? Do you support a law of the jungle where might is right?
Do you believe in non-compete?
You can't answer a question with a question. You have to answer the question. Do you support a might is right view where law of the jungle, whoever's powerful gets to do what they want?
I'm trying to find... I'll answer it for you. I'm trying to find out what other law of the land you think we live in. Help me understand.
We have domestic law, we have international law, we have criminal law. I don't know where you're living.
What do you use?
You've been in Florida far too long.
Do you use ChatGPT or do you use Claude? Which do you use more?
Probably ChatGPT more.
No, I can't. No, I'm sorry. I almost choked on a piece of chicken, bro. This guy never answers a question. I'm realizing he never answers a question. Every single time, bro. Every single time. It's always a non sequitur.
GPT more than Claude? Okay. Do you know when it first started who had the biggest market share?
ChatGPT.
Oh, who do you think's killing it right now?
Claude.
Claude's picking it up. Why?
Because they invaded another country, kidnapped the president.
Because they produced a better product.
And
hold on. Why?
Did Amade? What's the guy's name? Dario Amade. What's his name?
Yeah.
The guy who runs Claude. Did he go into Sam Altman's house in the middle of the night, take Sam Altman and his wife, put bags on their heads, and fly them back to his compound, and kill a grandmother in the process?
The only difference is that, but war is never.
That is the big difference, Patrick. I can't believe you don't see it.
No. I understand what you're saying in the argument of that, but the reality of it is, which is what?
A law of the jungle where the might is right. Do you support a world? Do you like living in a world?
Be
Are you
specific.
pro? Do you support the idea of living in a world where powerful countries should be able to do what they want?
Can I ask you a question? What country?
You keep answering
But
the
by the way,
question with a
I'll
question.
answer. Why do you
You
live in
gotta answer the
America?
question.
Why do you live in America? The most
'Cause I
powerful
like the
country in the
law.
world.
You know what I like
Because
about the
it's
US?
the most powerful.
No.
Go live in Iran.
No.
Go live in Iraq.
I don't live here because it's the most powerful country.
Why do you live here?
Because many reasons.
Give me.
One is it's a country that's governed by laws, principles, free
Great.
speech.
Yes.
I love the First Amendment,
Great.
the Constitution.
Yeah.
I don't favor presidents and people who say we should just break the law because we
I didn't
can.
say break the law.
What do you
I didn't say
mean?
break-
Taking over Cuba
No.
is breaking the law. UN Charter. That's the law of the land.
If they come and they try to take over,
Who's coming?
Whoever it is, Trump's already talking about it. Rubio's already talking about it.
The Cubans are not taking over anything.
No, Cubans are not.
I'm gonna keep it $1.50. I get why millions, tens of millions voted for Donald Trump. Yeah. Like, this guy's an intellectual giant on the right. Think about that. Like, we're over here dunking on him. We're like, he's so profoundly stupid, right? Meanwhile, there's motherfuckers out there who not only watch this guy, hang on every word of his, think he's fucking brilliant. They buy his $600 shoes. Those guys vote. And you bet your ass they're voting for Donald Trump. Okay? Yeah. We were wondering why they keep saying like Cuba is going to do an attack. There's an imminent threat from Cuba. It turns out Patrick Bet David.
Not taking over anything.
We are launching a war of aggression, like the Nazis. Nuremberg called it. You know what the Nuremberg Tribunal
By the way,
called a war of aggression?
I'm
the
assuming
Supreme International War
Is
crime.
it fair to say you were against tariffs on day one?
Yes.
I was for tariffs. Guess what Supreme Court ruled?
Against terror.
Okay, great. Guess what? You just.
Okay.
That's what happened. If they go.
You want to live in a world where Trump says F the Supreme Court, and that's what
No,
J.D.
not-
Vance has said
no,
on the
no, no,
record.
not at all.
J.D. Vance
Not
has said
this
this on
guy.
the record. But you just said you
No,
want to
I'm not.
powerful
I'm not.
people
But let me
get to do what they
look.
want.
Let me tell you.
said it. Everyone
today,
can watch it.
Trump's the president. Okay. A few years ago, Biden was the president. In 2028, AOC could be the president. Newsom could be the president. Rubio could be the president. Somebody else could be the president, right? Every time the opposing side is the president, the opposing side thinks it's the end of the world. What ends up happening to America? What ends up happening?
Bad things.
No, not necessarily. Eventually goes back to normalcy. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to go the
I
other.
look at the Trump first term and I see 500,000 people killed from COVID because he couldn't handle a pandemic.
But do you know why, though? Do you know why, though? What protects America the way it does?
I would argue our laws, constitution,
I agree.
principles, history.
I like Supreme.
And you're saying I want to throw it all out.
No, but
to have an imperialist nation.
if a leader comes in that is a visionary leader that wants to expand and grow, and he can do it within his terms, and Supreme Court and law allows it, I don't mind him doing
First
that.
of all, the Supreme Court law doesn't allow it. Venezuela was unconstitutional. Congress declares war in this country.
Yeah,
not
then
the,
if that's the
not
case,
the president.
well, we saw that with the 60-day rule with Iran.
He's violated that.
I understand that, and they're working around that right now in
But
different
forget
ways.
American law. What about international law? Even if the American Congress votes to attack Cuba, that doesn't make it legal in international law. You can't attack other countries.
Mehdi, let me ask you, if, for instance,
Tomorrow you'll say
innocent
9/11 was
people-
just. Do you support 9/11?
Innocent.
Do you support 9/11?
No.
Why?
No,
Al Qaeda could do it. They did it. According to your logic, Al Qaeda had every right
No,
to do it.
there's a difference between me supporting it and then them doing it and then me retaliating to you. Like right now, if you and I were sitting
But you don't
here,
think it was illegal?
do I? Of course it's illegal.
Why? According to you, it doesn't matter.
No, of course it's illegal.
Oh, so 9/11 is illegal,
No.
but us attacking Cuba is legal.
I
What do
didn't tell you.
I'm trying to follow.
You never heard me say attacking. If they can go and take it over without attacking and the laws allow it, guess what? I'm for it.
But none of those things are none of those things happened with Venezuela, and actually the exact opposite of those things happened with Venezuela, and you are still supporting it. Who cares? I genuinely think he's like flailing around here to try to hold on to some kind of counter position because he has nothing. Straight up. He's got nothing. Like, there is no real disagreement here because there is no argument here. He's just being, he's just operating off of vibes and being a pure contrarian because Mehdi is woke and a libtard. And he has to like defend Donald Trump. That's it. Because like, look, the principled stance here, the right-wing principled stance here, the pro-American intervention stance here is already laid out. He just doesn't know the fucking talking points. Like, you have to say that, you have to lie, basically. You have to say that Venezuela is an imminent threat. We have to actually redouble our efforts to make sure that our own neighborhood, our own backyard is clean of any sort of like foreign intervention. Venezuela was a launching pad for Russian aggression against the United States of America, Chinese aggression against the United States of America. Venezuela also happens to be a major oil provider to Cuba, which is, again, 90 miles off of our coastline, imminent security threat. Like, there are talking points that you could advance, but he hasn't even read the talking points. He doesn't even care. By the way, I'm not saying these are correct, okay? I'm simply saying he hasn't even dignified Mehdi Hassan with a clear-cut, agenda-driven worldview as to why what Trump is doing is good. He is just a pure reactionary. He is a pure reactionary that is simply going, no, Trump did it and is good because he's got the power, he's got the bitches.
A whole different argument.
It's not
if
a whole
the Cuban
different.
people vote in a referendum to become the 51st
Don't
state.
spin right now and make it seem like I want to go kill people and take
You
stuff over.
defended Venezuela. We killed people to get him out.
I never said if. But by the way,
You said give him credit.
Wait, you never defended Venezuela? You did. I know you like number.
Venezuela, you did say that.
You don't think that was a good move?
No.
You don't think that was a good move?
I don't believe you should. I don't support regime change. I don't support assassinating foreign leaders. What did George Washington say? Don't go abroad looking for monsters to slay. Or was it Adams? I forget.
Yeah,
founder.
so you don't support what he did. You
I do not support the United States government.
Well, I thought that was a
attacking
massive
foreign
victory,
countries,
especially the way they did it.
and killing foreign leaders. Even if it has a good outcome, I don't support it because I support laws and principles.
Well, I do also support laws and principles. But if you say you support laws and principles, you're trying to tell me Obama followed everything?
No.
You telling me
He violated the law in Libya. I criticized him for
every one of them.
Because I'm not in a cult, I criticized Obama in 2011 for doing Libya.
You know what's the difference between you and I and them?
I criticize people on all sides. You don't.
Yeah, we do. We do it as well. But you know what's the difference between you and I and them?
Go on.
What's the difference?
Wait. What criticisms does he have of Donald Trump? As much as I hate to admit it, your accent is getting better. I know you like number. Moving to another question. Yeah, it's actually crazy. He's genuinely asking because he doesn't know.
We do. We do it as well. But you know what's the difference between you and I and them?
Go on.
What's the difference?
You and I and who?
You and I talking, giving our opinions, and Obama and Trump. What's the difference between you and I and them?
We're not politicians.
They made it into the White House.
Okay.
And so they're going to be able to do whatever they're going to do. You and I can talk about it, give our opinions.
We don't have an imperial presidency. We
Dude,
shouldn't have
what? He's like a child. He literally, okay. I think this is his actual worldview. I don't, like, a lot of chatters initially were saying, oh, he's like, acting aloof. He's being obtuse on purpose to like try to manage the argument. No, I think he has like toddler brain. He's like, no, those guys are powerful. They won their races and they're the big business guy. I'm a business guy. I'm a numbers guy. They are the biggest business guy. If they want to fuck me, they can. I have to open up my butthole and say, go on in, Mr. President, because they actually did it. They actually did it. They became the president. If you're the president, you are the big boss. You do whatever you want to do. Fuck my wife, please. You can fuck my wife all day. It's okay. There's nothing I can do. I'll sit around. I'll say I'm a numbers guy. I'm a chat GPT it. I will grok it. But that's how it works. Like everything is a business. Everything is a business. Anyone with any power deserves the level of power that they have because they've worked tirelessly to get it. Okay? And whichever way they abuse that power, it's actually valid because they have the power to do it. If it's successful. If it's unsuccessful, well, then maybe we can have a different conversation. But of course, if it's Donald Trump doing it, I'll still act like it is successful, as is the case with Iran.
Imperial president.
We did. That's why we have the freedom of speech of giving.
Hi, Hassan. I really like your PBD impression very much. Is there a way to rewatch it? Yes. Subscribe to Valuetainment. If you subscribe to the broadcast, Piker Broadcasting Service, it's not as good as Valuetainment PBD. Okay? But this isn't PBD. This is PBS. Okay? I'm a numbers guy. And if you subscribe to the People's Broadcasting Service, independent media, you will get Valuetained more than you ever have gotten Valuetained. That's right. If you subscribe, you can rewind. If you subscribe, you can send me links. When are we getting $600 shoes with no laces for our subscribers? soon. But yes, subscribe, chat, for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. This is the only foolproof way to support the show. Your subscriptions, your voluntary subscriptions in the form of a $5 a month or a free one in the form of Twitch Prime, are what allow me to maintain my editorial independence. I haven't been farming subs in a minute. Why exactly should I pay to send links? You shouldn't. You don't have to. There's no guarantee that I'll even click on them. The only reason why we do that is so that random people can't send like spam random links. Do a level 10 reward again? No, I don't think we're going to do it. Kill me if I ever give money to a Twitch streamer. I don't think you should be killed if you ever give money to a Twitch streamer. You're pretty cool though. I'll be honest. We all think you're cool. Because like, it's a little bit, you know, it's a little bit cooler if you were to say that on Twitter. Because most people do that on Twitter, which is, you know, again, at least it's not literally on Twitch. But you're currently on Twitch. On what I assume is a sock account created and following at the same date. So I think you are a far bigger loser than the way you perceive a mega donor to, you know, a tier 3 subscriber to Pokimane. By the way, your mods banned me for saying your beard was going gray. Okay. I don't know why they did that, but you've proven once again that it was a worthy ban by doing this, creating a sock account. And you're now a subscriber, by the way, so you've de facto given me money. Truth equals ban. Yes, exactly. That's how we do it. Take a second off, bitch.
Given our opinions, we also have a vision of America, which is supposed to be a restrained commander-in-chief. The founders came to. We're celebrating 250 years of American history. They came to this country from where? From my old country, the UK, to get away from a mad king, not to recreate a mad king.
Okay, so we can get past this. I mean, when maybe the next time we'll do the podcast, we'll do it in Cuba or Venezuela, just for the sake of what we'll enjoy ourselves with. Anyways, let me get to the next story with you. By the way, Mamdani Spencer.
Alvay's trying to top you in sub count. They're getting dangerously close. Hey, yo, chill. Subscribe now. We cannot allow the sanctuary city of Alveus, sanctuary city for animals, to defeat us in the marketplace of subscriptions. Subscribe now.
Brad, what commonality do you see between the two of them?
Very little.
Very little.
Very little.
Tell me why.
Because I know this is argument that says all of these candidates who make a lot of noise, do well on social media, are similar. But I think people have underestimated what Mamdani is. Mamdani, yes, is charismatic, had a great social media game. I interviewed his team that made his social videos. Great people, smart people. The video he did where he jumped into the water, freezing cold, to show freeze the rents. The video he did for halal.
You're saying Mamdani or
Mamdani. I'm just talking about his campaign was brilliant online. No doubt about it. The halal.
Maybe one of the best.
One of the best, yeah.
Maybe one of the best.
One of the best.
And the guy that
came out of nowhere, 1%.
Yeah, I agree.
1%.
I agree.
But what happened is a lot of Democrats took the wrong lesson from that. They said, this guy is so good on social media. We got to hire the same people who did his social media campaigns. We got to do video. Did you notice after Mamdani won the primary, suddenly you saw all these congressional Democrats primaries walking down the same videos, same cutaways, same. And they think that's how you replicate Mamdani. They misunderstand. Mamdani, yes, the social media game helped him get his message across, helped him get the youth out. But at the core of Mamdani was a very clear message. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to compare him to Trump right now.
Be careful.
I'm going to compare him to Trump. Donald Trump, I asked this question to everyone. I can't get fired. So
you're a capitalist. You're free.
I'm free. 2016, I say this to everyone I talk to about politics. I said, tell me. I say this to leftists. I say this to liberals. I say this to Muslims. I say this to non-Muslims. Tell me what Donald Trump's 3 main policies were in 2016.
What was it?
You tell me. What was his slogan? Do you remember what Donald Trump, what did he run on? When he first ran, what did he run on?
Get rid of these rapists and all this stuff.
Ban Muslims, build a wall. Remember that? That was all his big lines.
Build a wall is one. Yeah.
So we remember all those slogans.
Sure. Yeah.
Right? Do you remember what Hillary Clinton's lines were? No.
I'm for her and that's about it.
No.
First female president.
But her own slogan, which she had a great, 77-page childcare proposal, I'm sure. I'm sure it's better than Trump's. But people don't campaign like that. And I think what Mamdani did is, even now, you ask me, what is our Mamdani run on? Okay, freeze the rents, free buses, free childcare. It was message discipline around a set of policies that people identified with, that helped with this ridiculous affordability crisis, that made him seem like he was in touch. And I think
this is what I try. This is why I try to force candidates into doing this.
if Democrats only take away, or people in the media only take away from Mamdani that, the guy's slick, he smiles well, Trump loves him, he does great social videos. You know, that's a mistake. Has that? I don't think. What's Pratt's main policy platform that's going to get people out for him?
Kill the homeless. Melt the homeless. Melt the homeless. Throw them in a vat of acid. And anyone that might look homeless even. Did I win that? Did I get it right?
The fires, homelessness.
Everyone says they want to deal with that. That's
but that's because that's
the
what's
guy is a
happening in
reality
LA.
TV star. I'm not a fan of reality TV stars running for president. I wrote a piece saying Oprah should not run for president years ago. Although I have said Jon Stewart should run in a
Do
primary.
you think Spencer Pratt stands a chance?
Yes,
He does.
Because America's fucked up right now.
You think Spencer Pratt stands a chance?
Donald Trump is president of the United States twice. I'm never going to rule out anything in this country. I thought Trump wouldn't win in 2016. That's how dumb I was in 2016. That's why I don't do predictions anymore. No, 24. I said he would win, and I said he's going to win, and he's going to be a fascist.
When did you say he'd win in 24?
All of 24.
Patrick Bet David posted a video excited about the numbers from Backrooms and even knows how it started. He had to grok it. Some film criticism from Patrick Bet David. Just got done watching the Backrooms. Budget $10 million. Gross $140 million. 14x. Director Kane Parsons, 20-year-old. Obsession, budget $750K, gross $150 million. Director, Curry Barker, 26-year-old. Mandalorian.
So we just got done watching the movie Backrooms. What a weird movie. Crazy movie. For 2 hours, I'm thinking, what happened?
Oh my God. Oh my God, this is a joke. This is a joke. He doesn't make this. He makes this to fuck with people, right? Like, it says the future looks bright under the brim, too. And in reverse. Oh my God. Stop. There's no way. There's no way this is real. Bro, this is elite satire. This is fucking elite satire. Please stop. What the fuck? I have never seen uglier merchandise. I've never seen uglier merchandise in my life, dude.
Why is this lady glitching? You go through that wall. All these hotels I've stayed at, you're now thinking about.
No, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I mean, I slandered Teddy Fresh, but this is worse than Teddy Fresh. We have officially found merchandise that's literally worse than fucking Teddy Fresh. Okay, straight up. It's not saying much because this is the worst thing I've ever laid eyes on. So it is remarkable in and of itself.
About these rooms. And this guy, Kane Parsons, 20 years old as a director, $10 million is what the movie costs. It makes $140, $150 million. Then you have Obsession. This guy, 26-year-old director with $750,000 makes a movie that does $150 million, 200x on your money. And in Mandalorian, that's supposed to be this big project, $300 million investment, doesn't even make $300 million. 2 weeks later, it's at $240 right now. So amateurs built the Ark, professionals built the Titanic, and Hollywood's got massive disruption, and it's being done by young, ambitious creatives. Can you imagine what the future of Hollywood could look like? I think Kane was the one that, based on a meme that came out in late 2019, 2020, takes that, makes a video on his own, gets 7.9 million views. That same video today has 79 million views. And if you've seen Backrooms, I don't know if maybe you got the entire theme and you know what the story's all about. It is a horror movie, but a very, very weird movie. Very weird movie.
Dude, I can listen to this guy talk about movies forever. I take it back.
My son loves horror movies, so I got to go watch it with him. But I'm excited. I'm excited about the future of Hollywood. with young men and women taking over simply because they have access to something called YouTube for free. Isn't that amazing? I'm inspired by this. Wanted to share it with you.
Okay, this goes back to him being a numbers guy. Every piece of art critique coming from Patrick Bet-David is about performance, is about the numbers. I know you like a number. God, he's so fucking awesome.
An Order 24 warning.
Got it.
I said, get rid of Biden.
So
I said, Kamala needs to change her performance.
You think this is the new era? You think that this is the new era of types of people that run for president, which before used to be general, military, all this stuff?
Yeah,
now
I don't think it's a good thing. And I wrote this piece when they were thinking about Oprah. Do you remember a few years ago, people were pushing Oprah Winfrey's name? And I wrote a piece for The Intercept saying, come on, no, let's not go down this road. I do think you need politicians.
I think Matthew Hassan's biggest weakness is that he tries to always be consistent. Or rather, he thinks his opposition cares about his consistency. Like, that's the reason why he's bringing up the Oprah thing where he's like, see, I even said Oprah shouldn't run for office. And it's like, dude, the guy in front of you doesn't understand basic concepts. Like, you don't have to literally engage in the ass covering of being like, see, I'm legit. Like, it's so funny. Like you have your integrity. I believe you. You don't have to literally defend it. Okay? His problem is that he thinks liberalism can be consistent. Yeah, Patrick Bet-David doesn't understand object permanence. You don't have to literally be like, see, I said Oprah shouldn't run. And then he even qualifies and says, well, maybe I thought Jon Stewart should run. It's like, that's too much. That's too much. You with anti-Semitism, though, unironically, no, that's not the same at all. Because hyper-focusing on, or rather, casting aside anti-Semitism as a non-issue gives ground to people on our side to believe that, yes, it is Jews potentially. Okay? That's the problem. I don't do it because I think my opposition will be like, well, he said he's not an anti-Semite, so he's actually fucking... I now I'm going to actually think whether or not he's an anti-Semite or not. Why question marks is the repetition I'm talking about? No. The reason why I bring up anti-Semitism as a separate issue is literally because if I don't do that, I worry that other people will then hyper-focus on it because it's a much easier argument to understand. It's a much easier argument for the average American to believe that like Jews are magical money people that are literally dominating the financial sector, dominating Hollywood, and dominating the American media, and dominating fucking the American government, and they're doing this for their Jewish purposes and all this shit. Okay, it's much easier to teach someone to be anti-Semitic, especially when virtually every institution is leaning into those conspiracies, whether willingly or inadvertently, than it is to teach people to be anti-Zionist from a principled framework, from an anti-genocide framework, from a anti-fascist framework. Will you talk about the elephant in the room? What's the elephant in the room?
With charisma, and that's why people think of Hollywood stars. That's why someone like I love Jon Stewart. I would love Jon Stewart to run in a primary just to shake things up.
He'd be fun.
I don't think he'd be a great president, but I think him running would just add to the race. But my biggest problem is I take politics seriously. Let's go back to I've been studying. I've been a political journalist for 25 years.
This is your sport.
I did politics at university. I did politics at high school. I do debate. I take this shit seriously, and it annoys me when look at Donald Trump. What did he say yesterday? I'm bored. I'm bored of the Iran negotiations, like a freaking child, right? You cannot have people who are unserious
you can't
people.
help yourself, can you, with Trump?
I can't. Unserious people in charge of our countries.
Have you ever met him, by the way?
No.
You've never met?
I've never met Donald Trump, no. No, should I go to a White House briefing?
No, I'm just trying to see if you've ever met him.
Should I go to a White House briefing and try and get called on by Caroline Levitt?
Did you?
I got a few questions.
Did you meet Biden?
Did I meet Biden? I'm trying to think. I was in an event with Biden. I don't think I met him. But
Obama?
No, he was before my time. I arrived at the end of his presidency.
Did you interview?
I was in a room with Obama. I interviewed a lot of his people, Ben Rhodes, a lot of people around him.
Not him.
Not the president.
Okay,
the president gave me an interview. Then I was out. Yeah, no.
Got it. Surprised you've never met Trump.
No.
Would you want to meet him?
I'm a journalist. How would I not want to meet him? I'd love to interview.
What would you ask him? What 3 questions would you ask him? You sat with him. What do you ask him?
I mean, I'd only get 3 because he'd walk out after 3.
You think you would?
Oh, he's super thin-skinned.
You think he would want?
Look, he gets upset with like, I regard American interviewers to be softball interviewers. I'm from the UK where we do tough interviews. My biggest criticism of the American media is weak-ass interviews. Norah O'Donnell barely asked him anything the other day. The guy had a meltdown. He's like, "You're so rude. You're so rude. You're so disgusting. He just can't handle. He's got such a thin skin. He's the whiniest leader we've ever had."
Asked about, if I'm not mistaken, he asked about the guy's letter.
Yes.
That had to do with rape and pedophilia and something like that.
Yeah.
She started with, and you could tell she was nervous when she asked the question.
This is CBS. This is now in the can for Trump. Let's not forget.
Sure.
This is the guy who says, "Be quiet, piggy," to reporters. He can't handle tough
So what
questions.
do you ask him? You got 3 questions. What do you ask him?
I would ask him, I wouldn't ask him opinion questions. It annoys me when people say, "What do you think, mister?" He loves that shit. I would ask him fact questions about what is happening in the world. I would ask him, it depends on the day, right? If I'm interviewing him right now, I would say to him, you said, my opening question would be, you said a few weeks ago that people say Donald Trump's going to get bored of this war. I don't get bored, you said. And yesterday you said, I'm bored of this war. How do you explain that? That would be my first question later on.
What else?
I would say to him, are you out of your depth in this conflict? And I would give it the evidence as to why he's out of his depth and ask him to deal with each of those examples. For example, the Strait of Hormuz. For example, the Gulf countries. I also wouldn't be able to resist having some fun. I always think someone should ask Donald Trump. I would love for someone at a White House briefing to stand up and ask something that completely exposes this man's pig ignorance of the world. I would love someone to stand up and say, Mr. President, when will you be going to Wakanda? They are building a Trump Tower there and they love you in Africa. And he would say, I love them too. Because he doesn't know that Wakanda is a fictional country.
You think he would say that?
Oh my God. Not only is Mehdi right, Patrick loved it. God damn it. God damn it. You know he's stupid. Patrick, you know your boy is dumb as bricks, bro. That's crazy.
110%.
You think it would say that?
I would pay money to any White House correspondent watching. They get fired on the spot by the network.
It's obvious. Do you put him as an intelligent man? You put him.
Depends how you define intelligence.
Well, how do you,
like street smart, getting ahead, getting his way. Yeah,
sure.
Like he wouldn't be able to get where he got to.
He's probably not a well-read guy in your eyes.
That's an understatement. I think he's one of the most ignorant people I've ever come across. You seen the latest stuff? He keeps being like, I call them Democrats. You have to take the B off of dumb. Most people don't know that dumb has B on it. No, most people do know that. You probably just discovered that there's a B on dumb. You know, there's a Trump tick. I watch him so much. Whenever he says most people didn't know this, it means he just discovered something himself 2 minutes ago.
You literally think he just discovered how to spell dumb?
I know it. And talk to the people who worked with him. We're second-term Trump, Patrick. I don't have to make this stuff up.
Yeah.
Dozens of people have now left the administration, have told their stories, and it's all the same thing. The guy is an egomaniac. The guy is vain. The guy is dumb. The guy changes his opinion based on the last person he spoke to.
This is a guy that won in business. This is a guy that
he didn't
won
win in
media.
business. 5 bankruptcies in a row. You're more successful than he is.
This is a guy that took a show from 0 to 1,
Steve
15
Jobs,
years.
for God's sake.
Dude, the guy won presidency 2 times.
I give you Apprentice.
2 times.
I give you Apprentice.
See? I'm telling you. Oh my God. We are peeling the layers of the onion of his mind. And yes, much like an onion, it might be a little smooth, but it's like he genuinely is like, no, you're a business guy. Everything is business. Everybody casino. Everything computer. Donald Trump business. And when you're the big business guy, when you win the biggest business of all, which is the American presidency, you get to do whatever the fuck you want. I wonder how he treats his employees, honestly. With that mentality, holy shit. It's awesome. He truly is like, the presidency is the biggest business, and you've won that. You've won that seat of power, which means you can do whatever you want.
Apprentice, great reality TV star.
2 times.
Great. I'm not going to question his ability to run a reality TV star. I'm questioning his ability to run America.
How do you think about his kids? Do you give him compliment as a parent, as a father?
No. Have you read the stories about his
You don't think he's a good father? Why do you think his kids love him?
You think the kids love him?
You don't think they do?
I mean, if you read some of the tabloids, well, money and power can be
That's
great.
the only reason. I know a lot of billionaires that kids don't want to be around him.
If you read the New York tabloid press that Trump was very friendly with, the kids didn't like him when he was young. They were annoyed that he was cheating on their parents, his respective mothers. Things changed. There's stories about him allegedly. It's denied. There's stories about allegedly him, slapping Don Jr. at college in front of his friends and all sorts of stories. I don't know if they're true or not, But this is what's reported. Tiffany Trump, he never talks about.
From a Muslim and a Middle Eastern dude, what did our parents do to us when we were kids? Did you ever get slammed?
Of course.
Dude, are you like, you and I don't have the permission to say anything with that.
No,
so we got to change the subject.
Withdraw that.
Yeah, withdraw that.
He didn't go to his son's. He didn't go to his son's wedding so he could do troll posts about Ro Khanna.
I don't think he didn't go to the wedding because they had to go back for the war and everything that was going on.
Come on,
question.
Agree.
When it comes down to Muslims, 2020 vote to 2024.
They love you. You did whatever you did. You came back to Muslim. Why are you obsessed with Muslims?
Because
you left Iran?
I want to give.
No,
you
I want to
stats.
know why you're obsessed with Muslims.
I want to give you stats.
You know there was a terrorist attack on a mosque recently.
I want to give.
Did that bother you?
I want to give you a stat.
Did that bother you?
Can I? Mary, invite me to your show.
I'm inviting you after this.
Here we go.
Sure.
So
you've all heard it. He said to invite him, Rob. You heard it. Everyone on YouTube heard it. I'm inviting you to a show.
Okay, all right, so here we go. 2020, Biden had 69% of Muslim votes.
Yes.
Trump had 24%. 2025, Kamala dropped the Democrat vote from 69 to 50%. Trump went from 24 to 31%.
Yeah.
Third party got 12% and increased by 9%. Why did Muslims become Republicans?
Gaza. There are other issues too. The bathroom transgender issue in places like Michigan. A lot of conservative Arab Muslims didn't like that.
No.
They don't like that. They don't like that was happening even before Gaza.
No, it's Gaza, man. Come on. Conservative or not, Muslims, first of all, Muslims are nowhere near as conservative as evangelical white Christians are. And evangelical white Christians are obviously far larger in numbers and have a far more outsized level of influence in American politics. But Muslims overwhelmingly voted for, or the Muslims that did actually vote for Trump overwhelmingly voted because at the time, the Democrats were the ones responsible for the genocide. Yeah. Plenty of them just didn't vote. But it's Gaza, 100%.
Not about that. But it was still a kind of fringe issue. What made it an issue in the Muslim community?
The LGBT.
Yeah, there were conservative Arab communities in Dearborn who were like, we don't want this. I'm glad
you brought that up.
We don't want this. And they brought that up. That was before Gaza. There's no debate.
I'm glad you brought that up because although I also, as a numbers guy, don't like the transgenders, I am now going to cynically talk about how the Muslims are barbaric for not liking the transgenders. That's the other thing. Yeah, that's why he said I'm glad you brought that up. These guys always are like, yeah, I think trans people should fucking be forcibly detransitioned, and then they'll turn around and be like, and this is why Muslims are bad because they're against the transgenders. It's like, well, you're against the transgenders. Is it only bad when when it plays a role in your argument that Muslims are an anti-progressive force? You're an anti-progressive force.
Some were shifting already to the Republican Party.
Sure.
But they were a tiny minority. The vast majority of Muslims still voted. Democrats still supported, still understood. The Republican Party is Islamophobic, white supremacist adjacent party right now.
You think number one
Randy
reason
Fine in it.
You think number one reason why they vote the other side is because of Israel?
10 miles.
Okay.
Gaza. No, not Israel. The Gaza genocide. You have to understand, I spoke to a lot of these people. I traveled through all these communities in 2024.
Yep.
And I tried to point out, yes, Biden and Harris are complicit in a genocide. No one's defending the Democrats. I was very critical of the Democrats and what they did between 2023 and 2024. But Trump will be worse or as bad. He's not going to be better. And people bought the Trump shtick. No, he's anti-war. He didn't start any new wars. He's not interested in the Middle East. He's friends with MBS. He's friends with Erdogan. It's going to be great. I met Palestinians who told me Trump will be better on Gaza. He's transactional president. They bought that shit. Look at him now. Look how many Arab countries have been bombed. But Muslims were not voting for Trump as a whole. You mentioned third party too. Jill Stein picked up a lot of votes in some places. Not as many as people thought she would.
12%.
Of Muslim votes, yes.
Yeah.
So in certain places. So
majority was like.
Okay, I think I'm gonna keep it $150. I have to show you guys something. I think there are a bunch of quote unquote anti-capitalist accounts, that have been paid by either like Zionists directly or either paid by Zionists directly or like are being paid by the lobby potentially. Okay? Look at this. Look at this. This is an account called Question Everything. Okay? I just saw this on my timeline. Guy follows me, 17,000 followers, end capitalism. The change we really need will never be on any ballot. You know, anti-electoralist, ultra. Okay, you scroll down and they're like, you know, obviously talking shit about a bunch of people, right? Ostensibly an anti-capitalist account. Okay. Supposedly pro-Palestine, shitting on, a Zionist account Zionist account questioning whether or not like dog rape happened. Okay. Then you keep scrolling down. Fuck the police, hashtag ACAB. Crickets from Hassan Piker D on Adam Smith and Krishama Sawant, right? Keep scrolling. Diddy Piker D calling everyone Diddy is fucking gold. Reposting Dan Saltman. Now here's the question. Question everything. How the fuck did you find yourself as an anti-Zionist? Yeah, I saw it and I immediately bookmarked it because I was like, how did you find yourself as an anti-Zionist, supposedly, reposting one of the biggest Zionists on Twitter? The ultras are aligning with Stalkman and the Latin American food. Very strange. The enemy of my enemy is my friend? No. There's no way. This guy's highest priority is supposed to be like shitting on people who are. This guy's highest priority is supposed to be shitting on people who are pro-Israel. Look, reposting. Now that Hassan himself has been subpoenaed and banned from the UK, he sure likes to fantasize about suing others and limit free speech. His understanding of defamation and the law is kind of childish too. Reposting some guy who's like responding to OC 2000. Explain what you think their rationale is. I think they're 100%. I think they're getting either paid, either they're like unbelievably delusional, or they're just straight up getting paid to go after prominent critics of Israel, but as an anti-Zionist, positioning themselves as an anti-Zionist and then straight up getting paid by maybe Dan Saltman or maybe other Zionist groups to make it seem like there's a better method of combating the Israeli influence in the United States of America, and that's what it is. Like, how does a guy who's like question everything? How does a guy like this that spends a good deal of time fucking talking about Israel Palestine? How does a guy like this find a fucking Dan Stalkman post to boost to his, marginal audience with the Palestinian flag in his profile? Could be a bad empanada fan, but again, a bad empanada fan. What has bad empanada been fucking focusing on? What has he been focusing on? All of his enmity, all of his anger and resentment has been directed at left content creators. Content creators on the left who he considers to be not going far enough on criticisms of Israel. What is this? Yeah, his mom scolded him for being big time for being mean to Joe Biden. Crystal ball. I think guys like this have to be fucking getting paid, right? If they're doing this for free, that's pathetic. What is this? MLK Jr. writing about Piker, Kasparian, Cedar, Kulinski, Crystal Ball, the white moderate who is more devoted to order than justice. I don't know, man. Some of these fucking accounts are a little suspicious.
My bigger picture is every time I said to someone,
kind of reminds me of how they tried to call the last attempt at Trump a Hasanabi head. This account, wait, that account did? No. That guy reposted a tweet about you from November 19th, 2025, 3 days ago. No, the other guy's account.
Trump is going to be worse than Harris. They said legitimately to me, but we have to punish the Democrats. That was the line. We have to punish the Democrats. They can't be seen to get away with a genocide. And when you say Kamala dropped it to 50, well, Joe Biden dropped it to 50. Harris kept it at 50 by not distancing herself from Biden. Her biggest single mistake was going on The View, and my friend Sunny Hostin said to her, what will you do differently to Joe Biden? And she said, nothing. And the minute she said that, I knew she's lost. But that was it. Until then, I had some hope. She could beat him. She was leading in the polls after the convention.
Is this the worst candidate you've ever seen on the left? In our lifetime. This is your sport.
I don't think she's as bad as people thought she was. I think she was definitely handed a poison chalice.
Worse than her on the left?
But who's ever had a 100-day campaign? Like she got a shitty legacy. Let's just be fair to her, right? If we're going to be fair, we should be fair that she got a shit. Joe Biden should not have been in the race until July of 2024. No, that was insane.
I'm with you on that one.
She then got
you
coronated.
Saw what Joe Biden came out and said,
what a load of bullshit from Joe Biden. She's like, oh, I thought he had a stroke that night. No, you didn't.
And then the video says, oh, Joe, you did so good.
Yeah, we saw you that night.
Yeah.
If you thought you had a stroke, why didn't you call the White House doctor? Bullshit, but rewriting of history. I did a video that night after the debate in my basement, in my home studio. I got attacked for it by some people saying Biden needs to stand down. It's ridiculous. And I still think Trump should stand down. He's also got mental issues. But Harris was a good candidate for a very short period. She had all this momentum, the honeymoon period. Americans love rehabilitation. You give somebody a chance. She comes in, she gets a boost. She runs this, I'm Joy. Remember that? Goes to the convention. I was at the convention. It felt like a freaking party. I remember a member of Congress was there.
As if it's already.
A Democratic member of Congress said to me, this is bad. We have not won. This is way too early. There's a member of Congress said this to me, a lefty. And I remember sitting there watching, Beyonce is going to be here. It wasn't Beyonce, it was fucking Leon Panetta. But anyways, bizarre. We come out of that convention, and then she starts tacking to the right. She starts saying all this shit about, what was it? Oh, they were shutting down Lena Khan, the antitrust stuff. She had Mark Cuban, Liz Cheney campaigning for her. She campaigned more with Liz Cheney than with AOC and Bernie, right?
By the way, that was horrible move.
Insane.
Horrible move.
It didn't win over anyone.
Did you think that was a good idea?
No, I said at the time. At the time, I said, these people are not going to switch over. Olivia Troy, who's a good friend of mine, former Trump official turned never Trumper, she was part of that. And she admits now, I've interviewed her. She says, yeah, we tried, but we thought there'd be like this mass of conservative women that would come over.
How much money did they raise? 2.1. What was the number? 1.5 billion or 2. That's a big number.
It was a lot.
Yeah. But so you
But she also had her brother-in-law, by the way. There's a lot of reporting that suggests Kamala's brother-in-law, her sister's husband, I think it's Tony West is his name, big Uber lobbyist. He was pushing her to drop all the affordability, good stuff, drop the ads. There was poll testing
some
done.
Controversy with him as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't
Tony
know.
West.
But the affordability agenda that she dropped, she should have gone economic populist, right? She did not go economic populist. Instead, she campaigned with a billionaire and with a war criminal. And I think that was a huge problem. And then she went on The View and said, no change. This is a change election. You can't go into change elections. I'm not going to do anything different from the guy who's going out. It was just
So you think, okay, so go to 28.
But she could have won, by the way. He didn't win a landslide. Trump lied his ass off.
What do you mean she could have won? She lost every single state, 7 states.
Have you looked at the numbers? In the 3 key swings.
She helped more counties become Republican in America.
Have you looked at the numbers? If 115,000 people had voted differently, she would be president. That's what it came down to in our ludicrous system. She lost by 1.5 percentage points. One of the narrowest. He got one of the narrowest wins in modern American history. You know that, right? I know he lies, and people like you give him credit. He lies. He says, I won a landslide. He won one of the worst. You can pull it up, Rob. I wrote a piece for The Guardian with all the receipts.
Every county became more Republican in America.
Pull up my piece.
Every
Guardian,
county
2024 Mehdi landslide. Type it out.
Can you please send this chart to this man here?
Pull it up.
The Muslim community is becoming more Republican.
As we move closer to Game 3 of the NBA Finals on Monday night, Madison Square Garden, the United States Secret Service want to help ensure a safe and enjoyable experience for all ticket holders by sharing important security procedures that will be in place. A strict no-bag policy will be in effect, and fans should make every effort to limit personal items to an absolute minimum. Fans should expect enhanced security measures when entering Madison Square Garden, including TSA-style screening procedures. Guests are strongly encouraged to arrive at least 2 hours before tip-off to allow additional time for screening and entry. Bro, this is literally the most nosebleed seat that you can get. Or I guess this is, but they're all sold out, I assume. Like, you can't even see the game from here, and it's $8,000. Do you understand how fucking insane that is? $8,000. That ticket is $8,000. He's a bad Empanada fan. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's just straight up doing bad faith. Is Bad Empanada working with Sex Pestiny? I genuinely think he is. I think he might have just fucking totally switched sides at this point. He just despises, like, he pulled like a remember when Glenn Greenwald hated liberals so much that he just basically became a Republican? I think he's actually doing that now. Like, he hates other anti-Zionists so much. He thinks Adam Hamawi is not pro-Palestine. I think he might be getting paid. Not this guy. I'm talking about Bad Empanada, and his fan base is stupid enough to go along with it. Look at Bad Empanada's video history. He started punching right and got a solid base. Then it was 1 and 5 punching left, then 2 and 5. Now it's all punching left. I increasingly believe it's a plant. I think so too. A Mehdi endorsement is how you know it's actually not a huge win for the pro-Palestine movement. You know who's a real fucking hero for the Palestinian cause? Not an anti-Zionist who's being smeared as an Al-Qaeda operative who literally went to Gaza and saved lives in Gaza. A fucking weirdo Cypriot Australian who moved to Argentina, who makes YouTube videos yelling about everyone, who is insufficiently pro-Palestine. Yeah, that's who the... In order for someone to be sufficiently anti-Zionist, you have to be a repulsive fucking freak who constantly yells at other anti-Zionists for not being sufficiently anti-Zionist. You want to watch how slop-brained Bad Empanada is? He literally said you were spreading Jewish conspiracy theories when you were talking about the Jewish Insider. Wait, what? Is he also making anti-Semitism accusations? No, there's no way. I think he chose the opposite lane of that on that conversation. What the fuck? Yeah, didn't this guy literally do a video about GDF's like anti-Semitism back in the day? He's an opportunistic hater and an op. People say anything. He believes in nothing. He called Mike an anti-Semite last year. I don't think he is a Fed. I think he's having a ContraPoint moment. Being too online fried his brain. I used to like him, but he got obsessed with you and it was off-putting. Bad Empanada just farms left to drama because he realized that's the most low-effort way he can farm an audience. He tried to promote Maureen Galindo, but was talking about being an army wife. Exactly what he complained about Plattner and was pushing for her. What the fuck? I've never said that Bad Empanada is a op. I've always said he's crazy, but I always thought he was sincere and unhinged. But lately, I'm beginning to change my attitude on it. I no longer think he's sincere. I think he's bad. I mean, he's totally bad faith. And not just like, oh, he's bad faith because he's insane. Like bad faith because I think he's like actively trying to to cause chaos within any kind of like online organizing surrounding anti-Zionism.
Patrick,
which is great.
Patrick, will you give me permission to read from your screen?
Go for it.
Can we scroll down?
Yes.
This is a great moment for me, taking over your show. Scroll down. Keep going.
And there are still people who always... No, there's still always going to be people who, because he uses the right language, and there are always going to be people who want something more radical. That there are always going to be people in this community that go, no, I think he's fine. I think he's just fine. He's just a little mean. He's just a little mean. Buddy, if you're talking about a fucking doctor that went to Gaza and you're saying that a doctor that went to Gaza to save lives is actually not a real anti-Zionist, you're fucking out of your mind. You know, what have you done? You've done nothing. You've literally done nothing. He said his approach is Sinwarian, which is absurd since Sinwar's whole thing was uniting different factions. Yeah, what the fuck? Bad Empanada. See, and then there's the stupid people. Chat feels like IDF signifier. Get your American heads out of your American asses. Bad Empanada applies agitated propaganda as he sees fit. Dog, you know what's really funny about this? Bad Empanada used to always say, like, my fans are fucking a part of a cult. You're literally a part of a cult. Okay? You're straight up a part of a cult. I don't know what it is about, like, left position, left like ideological tendencies, like different ideological tendencies, but it's always strange because like there's always people like that. There's the Larishites, there was the Black Hammer cult, right? I usually have a pretty good nose, regardless of my naivete. regardless of my naivete, I have a fairly decent nose at like cultish behavior and cultish thinking. And this is turning into a fucking cult. Not really, dude. I'm just tired of American exceptionalism. Yeah, that's what we're doing here. American exceptionalism. Bro, his impact is marginal. You give him more attention than he deserves. It distracts your community from actually doing organizing and focusing on stupid Twitter beefs. Yeah, no, these are like the shining path guys. This is how you end up. This is how you end up radicalizing yourself into like believing in Lyndon LaRouche or the Shining Path or Bob Avakian's Revolutionary Communist, that kind of thing. The U.S. is the source of all of this, as you know, and your working classes are not organizing. Yeah, which pales in comparison to what you're fucking doing here, which is to constantly chirp. Like, what do you mean? What's the goal here? Do you think you can get every one of the labor aristocracy to like successfully kill themselves or something? Because if that's your goal, you're trying, it's not going to work. But like, what is your solution? It's nothing. You're just posting. You're saying posting is praxis. But at least if you're going to do posting as praxis, you might as well post in the most unhinged ways possible. If we're both posting, you're just posting more repulsive style. That's it. You're not going to post your way to fucking communism. You're not going to post your way into building any sort of robust anti-imperialist movement. Like, you're chirping about FD signifier in my fucking chat. FD signifier. Is that the revolutionary praxis? Complaining about FD signifier in another fucking Twitch streamer's chat? Go organize then, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? I don't understand. What's the goal here? I once pushed back politely on him going after you got kicked out of the NCI and I got banned, hit him from his comment section for being too much of a fan of you. He calls anyone who disagrees with him his fans and he are lame as fuck. Yeah. No, but I'm fucking tired of everyone calling Bad Empanada a maniac when he's just tired of your antics. Oh, brother. My antics, dude. I know. When I inevitably go to federal prison, you'll find a way to justify that too. It's actually deep undercover, right? My fucking antics. Clearly, people in positions of power see what I'm doing to be a significant enough fucking threat because they don't think that just simply chirping about other anti-Zionists on the internet and anti-Zionist content creators not being sufficiently anti-Zionist is probably not the revolutionary praxis that you think is disruptive, okay? You're failing to comprehend. What Bad Empanada is doing is unprincipled. It's nothing. It's irrelevant. And not only is it irrelevant, unprincipled, and nothing, it's actually deluding a bunch of other people into participating in this cultish way, okay? I'm sure there's plenty of fans of mine that would follow me in a similar cultish manner to whichever ideological tendency I go to. But I'd probably lose a fuck lot more if I just stopped advocating for the things that I'm advocating for. If I no longer believe the same things, because people come in here to like hear a different perspective. Okay? But they're here for the politics to a certain degree and the entertainment as well. You are just fighting another fucking YouTuber's battles right now on the internet on a Twitch streamer's chat. Do you feel like this is advancing some kind of cause? Do you feel like this is advancing some kind of cause? Do you feel like Bad Empanada is a figure that has actually shown so much, that has been so impactful in his advocacy, in his organizing, that you feel like he is a figure worthy of defending right now? Like, which one of the last, I don't know, couple of weeks' antics do you think was worthwhile? Okay? Which one of the antics? Was it the efficacy around the deploying the term Zog slave? Was that the productive organizational principles that he was advocating for? Was that what it was? Was it saying Adam Hamawi, a doctor that went to Gaza, is actually not sufficiently anti-Zionist because Mehdi Hassan said he's you know, an important voice against advocacy against Israel, someone who just got elected, who's being called a fucking Al-Qaeda terrorist right now for that reason? Or is it the 750 posts about Graham Plattner that are identical to the New York Times, one of the most Zionist newspapers of all time, using a smear piece from one of the most Zionist newspapers out there? Or do you think it's when he talks about murdering Zoran in the streets, or even murdering me in Cuba? Like when he jokes about stuff like that. I know he's joking, but do you think his antics are good? Are his antics revolutionary praxis as opposed to my antics are bad? Can you explain to me which of those things are worthy of not only defending, but also defending so much? Oh, no, his antics are extremely aggro. Oh, okay. I'm asking you seriously, where is the productive discourse? Where's the productive discourse? I know you said you don't like debates and whatnot, but you are in here debating at the behest of Bad Empanada. Where is the meat of the argument that you think is so worthy of defending? That you are so parasocially defending your favorite YouTube streamer? Not only are you parasocially defending your YouTube streamer, but you're also following along with his campaign to call out other content creators and call them IDF signifier or whatever the fuck. Notice how this conversation is entirely about drama. Okay. The meat is that this genocide is being carried out by Americans. Agreed. Being supported by Americans. Agreed. And not being stopped by Americans. Agreed. And it's tiring everyone out. Oh, you're tired. Okay. Well, go to sleep then. Like, what are you doing about this? What are you doing about all of these things? I agree with every single thing that you said. What are you doing about it? Other than complaining about a fucking YouTuber. What are you doing about it other than complaining about a YouTuber? Do you recognize how incredibly powerless you are? What are you doing about it? Non-Americans cannot keep caring about the fifis of Americans. What are you doing about it? You're tired. I'm locally organized, bro. Nice. What details do you want? What are you doing? What made you decide to give this attention now? You've been pretty consistent about ignoring it in the past. Go ahead, explain the things that you're doing. You have every opportunity to lie right now. We can never check it. I just want to know what you have done so far. You can't even lie about what you're doing? What have you achieved so far? Other than chirp about another YouTuber at the behest of another YouTuber in the chat of a Twitch streamer. Wait, what did he say? I've done no more than attending protests, giving some talks, and organizing with my local commies. Not sure what you want from me. I want you to check your fucking priorities. Okay? This entire community has done all of that as well, myself included. Interrogating shadows in a debate bro-esque manner seems really uncomfy to me. I mean, he came in here hot as fuck. He came in here and was like, I'm here to pop off. So you've done the same as everybody else. Does it make you feel better? My priority is just to tell you what I think. Non-Americans view this whole thing very differently than Americans. Okay. So you've done as much as everyone else has done in here. And you're crying at the other people in this community that have probably done the same amount, if not more than you. Do you feel like this is good for organizing a movement? Do you feel like you're expressing solidarity? Do you feel like this is constructive criticism? Or do you feel like you recognize your powerlessness in the grand scheme of things, so you're just choosing to fucking unleash on people who are on your side? Because you think you have a moral high ground because at least I assume you're not American, right? And that's it. Which I understand. I think there's an argument to be made there. Right? Sure. Does it make you feel better that you're not American and therefore you're less morally culpable, even though your organizational capacity is also limited all the same, just as limited as the American organizational capacity is? And that's the reason why you at least feel a little bit better, because at least your country has not participated in Israel's genocide and is hands-on as the United States has, even though your country is also turning a blind eye, most likely, as every country is. With the exception of Iran and Hezbollah and the Ansar Allah movement, and I know your ass is not in Hezbollah or in Yemen or in Iran, which country has actually done something to aid and abet the Palestinians? Nothing. Now, the question for you is, what has Bad Empanada done? Because you defend him and you say he's actually a defensible person. What has he done? You might have done more than him, actually. Because now I think, and in the past I didn't think this, but now I think his output is actually a burden. And you know who's done a lot more than both of us, all of us combined? Adam Hamawi has. He actually went to Gaza. So why the fuck are you defending a guy who's shitting on a guy who went to Gaza to save Palestinian lives? What the fuck has Bad Empanada ever done? Other than make YouTube videos, which were good initially, especially at a time when it was necessary to get the word out. Okay? I love you because of the agitated propaganda you used to do. I just defend Bad Empanada's agitation. I still do agitated propaganda, you fucking idiot. It's just successful. You are a hipster. He is a fucking gatekeeping ass hipster. He thinks that the most morally pure version of politics is the one that is repulsive to many people, okay? Once something becomes mainstream, once something actually reaches mass consciousness, he actually tries to become more radical because his goal isn't to actually bring people on board. His videos are good and well sourced. Oh, he's made good videos. He's made good videos. Okay, never mind. My mistake. He should keep doing that then. We don't have time for fucking nihilistic bullshit, okay? Anyway, the fact that Muhammad I'm not gonna... I speak to Muhammad. It's clear that Bad Empanada doesn't. I'm not going to reveal anything more than that. I don't think Muhammad would agree with that. No, he's saying Muhammad al-Kurd is more radical than me, and therefore he was allowed entry into the country, and I wasn't because they're trying to... It doesn't even make sense, guys. It doesn't make any fucking sense. They're trying to say that... He's trying to say that the UK banned me from entering the country, so there's like more attention towards me and not more radical speakers like Muhammad al-Kurd, right? And it's just conspiratorial, delusional thinking. They're trying to say like, oh, these guys are actively trying to make Hassan the face of the pro-Palestine movement because he's a centrist in comparison to Muhammad al-Kurd or other people. Okay. So why did they ban others as well? What's the Palestinian soccer reporter who started reporting for Dropsite who was in Gaza? Why did they ban him then? Was he not radical enough? Yeah. Actually, his visa was revoked to frame him as a radical Islam. Muhammad al-Kurd got in, no problem. I saw this when he said it. Like, he genuinely is insane. And it's kind of stupid, too. He's, like, remarkably stupid. He's very well read. But I think his mental illness sometimes stops his brain from functioning appropriately. It's not dissimilar to assuming that the New York Times report on Graham Plattner was also an op to boost Graham Plattner. Because deep down inside, they know that he's secretly going to be a reliable vote for Israel. Okay? Do you understand? Yes, dude. It's literally just D-logic, but leftist coded. Fucking idiotic shit. Can never be correct or valid. You are always the op. Exactly. No matter what evidence is suggested to the contrary, no matter how hard Zionist advocacy groups go after me, there's always a hidden underlying thing because the highest priority for Bad Empanada has become the exact same thing for Destiny. That's why they always work backwards from that highest priority, and that is Hassan is bad. Okay? That's literally it. I don't know what causes people to behave this way. It's got to be something I'm doing. Maybe it's the algorithms that benefit it and people slowly but surely, especially content creators, because this doesn't happen in the real world, but it does happen to content creators. I think the highest priority for a lot of these guys becomes, oh, if I say fuck Hassan, I'll be able to draw people. I'll be able to gain attention and gain new followers. The algorithm will boost it. And then they work backwards from that position. I think that's what it is. it's additionally ironic because Bat Empanada saw this with his own two eyes and even wrote about it, right? He made a video about it. He joins the likes of D, Roach, and E, where Hassan Bat is a pillar for every take. Even when they're cornered, they just make shit up. Yeah. That way, you can abdicate all responsibility from your personal actions or your personal inaction, right? Because at the end of the day, there's always a figure, a polarizing figure you can point to and go, well, he does something worse, right? I think that's what it is.
Keep going, keep going. Stop. So the former president's margin of victory over Harris is a minuscule 1.6 percentage point. Actually, it's 1.5. It went down after that. Smaller than that of every winning president since 1888, other than JFK and Richard Nixon. In fact, in the 55 presidential elections in which the popular vote winner became president, listen to this. Oh, your viewers are getting some good facts today. 49 of those 55 elections were won with a margin bigger than Donald Trump's in 2024. I hope the president is watching your show. I know he's a friend of his. He's coming on the show.
Can you do me a favor?
Donald Trump, you lost.
Can you show
you won with a
how many
49th
counties?
Who gives a fuck about counties?
Won.
I'm showing you the margin of victory.
Dude, Mehdi.
He won by 1.5. You can raise your voice, but I've already done my receipts.
If there's anybody that has no room to say anything, look at this here.
My receipts are up.
Look at this here. You
Patrick,
run away.
I love
this here.
You know, land doesn't vote.
He converted Muslims into Republicans.
Patrick, you know, land doesn't vote. I love these maps that people. That's land.
You showed us that.
Land doesn't vote.
Dude,
I gave you the numbers.
Muslims voted for him.
Still more for the Democrats.
No. Muslims went from 24% for Trump in 2020 to 31%.
Patrick, I'm not on the right.
He's winning your people over.
Patrick, and it kills me. Patrick, I'm not on the right. I'm not an election denier. Donald Trump won, but he didn't win 50% of the vote. You know, people say he won the popular vote. You know, he didn't win a majority of the votes. He's running three elections.
I know that, but
you know, he's run three elections.
You know who's
never
the
won
last Republican that has?
George W. Bush.
Yeah, it's the last one that did it. It's not a. That's not like oh my God, he didn't win the majority, you know.
But he hasn't. But he brags and says he does. Yeah, but he's never won a majority of the vote. Today he's polling in the 30s. He's lost, by the way, he's lost all that support from Latinos, young people, and Muslims. Yeah. You accept that, right? That coalition he put together is gone now.
Yeah. So this the part where guys like you come out and they'll say what they'll say.
They'll say facts.
Did you see the spot? Did you see his endorsement? How they did? Did you see his endorsement? How they did? Everybody he picked. Did you see how many of them won?
Oh, in the primaries.
Yeah. Did you see?
Great news for Democrats.
Great news. Tell me why.
You think James Tallarico wants to run against Paxton or Cornyn?
I'm actually curious. Tell me why.
No, he picks horrible candidates. Remember, what was the Georgia candidate? They should have won Georgia and they lost. Who did they put up? Herschel Walker. Remember that? Remember Herschel Walker?
I remember.
Remember the dude
Good
in
running
Alabama?
Back. He had a hard time speaking.
Remember the dude in Alabama who was accused of child molestation that he denied? I can't remember his name. Alabama guy from his first term. He backed him. He lost.
About now.
He picks.
Talk about
picks
now.
Bad.
117.
Why would you back Paxton?
117.
Yeah, but why would you back Paxton? Let's just talk about the main.
Tell me why you. So you like establishment candidates?
It's
like
not about
Cornyn,
what
40 plus years.
I hate John Cornyn. I hate Ken Paxton. But who would you want to run against? I want the Democrats to win the Senate, obviously, to save democracy.
So you think Tallarico does better with Paxton than he does with Cornyn?
You don't?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you.
No, I ask you.
I 100% think he's going
to do better.
Well, the polls show he's doing better.
Yeah.
I mean, just trust the polls. He's leading in the
So
polls.
you think his power? By the way, do you guys in your family celebrate Pride Month?
Do we celebrate Pride Month?
Yeah, I mean,
what does
Pride
that mean?
Month. I'm just asking. Like, do you have a way of celebrating Pride Month? Because Tallarico.
Not personally, but I support people who do. Do you see Mamdani yesterday?
No.
Interesting couple of posts. You know, he was like Muslim Sharia. He's an extremist.
What do you say?
People on your side. 9 a.m. he posts Happy Pride Month. Mayor of New York.
Yeah.
Midday, Happy Eid. Hosted Eid at Gracie Mansion. That's modern America. People that want to make this guy into some kind of extremist. You guys on your show. I see you getting worked up about prayers in New York. This guy. Zoran Mamdani.
You think okay, so by the way, I think Tallarico's formidable. It's not like I don't think he's formidable. I think he's a very good communicator. I think he's to be honest with you, I think he's a better version of Pete Buttigieg. I think he's a better version of Pete Buttigieg.
Okay.
I think he's got a bigger upside than Pete Buttigieg.
Okay.
So I think
he's very talented.
I think he's very talented.
I want to interview him again. He's a very, very good talker. His policies are good. Texas is difficult. My wife is from Texas. I spend a lot of time in Texas. I'm under no illusions. It's a difficult state to win, but it's not as red as Republicans want you to believe.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
And I think that they could have probably won with Cornyn, but I think now it's in play. And you have to ask, what is Donald Trump's political strategy? You know, Patrick, that every Republican senator is pulling their hair out wondering, what the hell did Donald Trump do here? He's now put the Senate in play in a way it wasn't in play before. Because even if Paxton wins Texas, they have to divert a bunch of resources from other states which need them more to protect him. That's the problem, strategically.
For Paxton or Tallarico?
for the Republicans trying to save their Senate majority, they're going to have to divert resources to
you know how much
defend
money they're
Texas.
going to spend on this?
Yeah, but it could have been spent elsewhere.
We're going to see the money going there in ways we've never seen
But it
before.
could have been spent elsewhere.
Could be. I mean, that's the
They
part
got a
about...
tough race in Michigan. They got a tough race all over.
By the way, just out of curiosity.
They're losing in North Carolina.
I'm curious what you're going to say with this. So out of curiosity, you have two people to choose as a candidate. One is a hardcore Republican, capitalist, pro-Trump guy who's a Muslim. Second one is a hardcore socialist, progressive, liberal who is a Christian. Which do you vote for?
Obviously, I vote for the person whose values and policies I support. I don't vote based on religion.
So you would vote for the second person?
Of course.
Because the values and principles.
Of course. I don't vote based on...
How is that shocking? Why would that be shocking? Who the fuck would be like, oh, I'm voting for the Muslim every time? What the fuck? How is that confusing?
Religion. Mehmet Oz ran against John Fetterman. He would have been the first Muslim senator. If Abdul El-Sayed pulls it off in Michigan, he will be the first ever Muslim member of the United States Senate in American history.
Yeah, we've
this
never
year.
had one.
We never had one.
Yeah.
Mehmet Oz
We have
could have
5 congressmen.
Mehmet Oz could have been the first Muslim
But he would have
senator.
been a Republican.
Exactly. And his policies were horrible.
So for
His
you,
fealty to
that's
Trump-
a no-go.
Yeah, because I don't care. It would be nice
So
to
it's
say, hey,
policies
a Muslim
over faith.
Of course. But then, by the way, who did I back against him? Literally the worst Democratic senator he turned out to be John Fetterman. But let's put that to one side. But Mehmet Oz, yeah, I don't vote on religion. I think it's crazy if people vote on religion. You shouldn't vote on religion.
Okay, so
Muslims shouldn't vote for Muslims. Jews shouldn't vote for Jews. Christians vote. You should vote based on your policy platform, the principles and values.
Do you think we'll have
Muslims are not a monolith. I don't agree with all Muslims. You just mentioned some of them who vote for Trump.
Do you think long term America will be at a point where we'll have a Muslim governor or a Muslim president?
Muslim governor, I hope. Maybe Mamdani. He can't be president, right? So where does he go next after
He
mayor?
could be governor.
He could be governor. He could be senator, right? He can't go anywhere else. Secretary of State, whatever it is.
Yeah.
He can't be president, sadly.
Not even
tragically.
VP, right? VP, you can't
No,
even be
because
VP.
you have to be...
So Speaker of the House, you could be.
Would you rather have a piece of toast with shit on it, but it's your favorite brand, or a peanut butter jelly sandwich, but it's made with Sara Lee bread? I'm going to get you on this. I'm a numbers guy. I'm going to get you on this, okay?
No, I think that if he chooses to go that route.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Because
Can you pull that up,
Speaker
Rob?
of the House is third in line to the
I
presidency.
think you could be Speaker.
But then what if the president, vice president, God
I
forbid,
know, on
died?
the same plane, but that's why they're not on the same flight when they go. You'll notice some of the stuff that they do.
Well, I don't know. I don't know the answer to the question. If you're ineligible from the presidency, can you be in the line
Yes,
of
the
succession?
Constitution does not require the Speaker of the House to be born in the U.S.
But it
so-
means they would have to skip past the speaker if something happened. to
Yeah,
the
it would go to
president.
somebody else.
So he could run for Congress, be speaker, he could be whatever. So, but to come back to your question, yes, Muslim governor, I think hopefully very soon.
Yeah.
Inshallah, as Joe Biden might say. And president, I don't think for a while. Look, let's first get a woman president. This country is so behind the rest of the world. We haven't had a woman leader. Pakistan's had a woman leader.
He's such a freaking lib. I mean, I know he's angling it to talk about AOC probably, but even them, bro. New dump. Oh my God, big dookie dumps. Nithya Raman, new dump as of 2 minutes ago. Nithya Raman is closing the gap on Spencer Pratt at an exceptionally fast pace. Even bigger margin today. Another large drop moved sharply in her direction. Pratt's path was already very narrow, and this latest update may have made it even harder to see. What about Steyer? LA race. LA mayor. Oh my God. Oh my God. 26.2% to 27.3%. Oh my God, the mules. Oh my God, the fucking mules, dude. Oh, the mules are kicking. It's diarrhea dumps. Oh, it's dookie time. Oh my, I think it's out. I mean, I don't want to say it, but it kind of feels like it might be done. Because at this rate, given the trend line so far with closer to E-Day votes now being counted, the closer you get to the E-Day, the higher the percentages are by wider and wider margins for Nithya Raman as opposed to Spencer Pratt. There are still likely a ton of votes left to count, and Steyer will likely finish within a point or two of Hilton. So yes, Katie Porter will probably end up being a spoiler, even if you split her votes evenly between Becerra and Steyer. Been sneaking Steyer votes up my ass. Steyer LA dumps. Oh, plus 9.5 for Steyer. Holy shit, dude. Everyone that was a Steyer Nithya Raman voter literally came in at the last moment to vote.
Damn, this guy's good.